Good evening, everybody. I'd like to call this regular meeting of the Bedford County School Board for April 6, 2023 to order. Ms. Johnson, will you please read the roll?
Mrs. Kirby?
Here.
Mr. Hill?
Here.
Mr. Daniels?
Here.
Mrs. Hairston?
Here.
Mr. Holbrook?
Here.
Dr. Mealy? Mr. Nelms?
Here.
Madam Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you, ma'am. And Dr. Mealy has advised me that she does have a family situation and she cannot be here this evening. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda? I have a motion by Mr. Nelms. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Hill. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? The agenda is approved. Do I have a motion to go into closed session?
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we go pursuant to Code of Virginia. We go into closed session pursuant to Code of Virginia 2.2-3711A13. 1, to discuss the assignment, appointment, performance, disciplining, and release of contract for specific school board employees, including the evaluation of the superintendent as provided in his contract of employment. 3, for the discussion or consideration of the acquisition of real property for public purpose or the disposition of publicly held real property where discussion in an open meeting would adversely affect the bargaining position or negotiating strategy of the public body.
Okay, I have a motion by Mr. Hill. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Daniels. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
We opposed? We're in closed session.
three of you. I'll move my crowd.
It's voice activated. So when you talk, it picks up. Oh, okay. So no. So I don't have to.
Do I have a motion to come out of closed session?
So moved.
I have a motion by Mr. Nelms. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Hairston. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? We're out of closed session. Ms. Johnson, will you please certify the meeting?
Whereas the Bedford County School Board has convened a closed meeting on this date pursuant to an affirmative recorded vote and in accordance with the provisions of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act, and where Section 2.2-3712D of the Code of Virginia requires a certification by this school board that such closed meeting was conducted in conformity with Virginia law. Now therefore be it resolved that the Bedford County School Board hereby certifies that, to the best of each member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements by Virginia law were discussed in the closed meeting to which this certification applies, and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered.
Yes.
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 Moving on to staff reports, item 3.01, Central Virginia Computer Science Integration Team Update. Dr. Bergen?
Yes, ma'am. So tonight, board members, you're going to hear from Allison Kapler, our supervisor for science and computer science. And Allison went out and secured a grant to help us improve upon the computer science instruction offerings, professional development for our teachers that translates to more computer science instruction for our kids. We're just so proud of her leadership, not just here in the division, but across Region 2000, because this grant not only benefits Bedford County, but all of the Region 2000 school divisions. So we wanted you to have a deeper dive as to what the grant provided and how we're able to expand upon computer science instruction. Allison.
Good evening. The first goal of the strategic
Sean, I
frame,
should say.
just introducing. That's all. It's mostly Allison. Just to set the stage for what we're doing, this first goal of our strategic framework is to hold high academic expectations for our students. And two of our stated core values are focus on students and collaborate with staff, families, and the community to support learning. So an outcome of these high academic expectations is post-secondary success for our students. And we believe that post-secondary success is demonstrated when students are college, career, and are life ready. So Bedford County students who are college, career, and life ready, we hope will be critical and creative thinkers, will collaborate with others, and ultimately become productive citizens in their community. So one way that Bedford County develops these skills is through advancing computer science knowledge and skills in K-8 classrooms. So we're here to talk about a regional opportunity that supports Goal 1 and encompasses both of the stated core values. So Ms. Allison Kapler, again, who is our supervisor of science and computer science, is the grant writer and regional leader for this opportunity, and she's going to provide the update for you this evening.
Good evening. I'm here tonight to share informational updates about the VDOE AXE Advancing Computer Science Education Grant that we received in December 2022. In September, we received a memo from the state superintendent announcing available funds to promote the advancement of computer science education for all students and support the high demands of the Commonwealth's workforce. There's a high demand for computer scientists across the country, specifically in Virginia. There are currently over 25,000 open jobs in specific computer science fields, such as software development, web development, security analysts, computer engineers, etc. But Virginia produces fewer than 3,000 computer science graduates each year. Because of these statistics, in 2017, Virginia was one of the first states to adopt computer science standards for grades K through 12. Computer science is not something that was studied in higher education for majority of our K through 12 teachers, so training and resources are needed in order to integrate computer science concepts effectively. I shared ideas with Dr. Trosper and Dr. Woodford, Code Virginia, and some contacts in neighboring school divisions, and was able to submit a proposal in October. After receiving word that the AXI grant proposal was fully funded for $174,000 in December 2022, the CVCSI team was born. The CVCSI team stands for Central Virginia Computer Science Integration Team. It's a regional partnership including 5 school divisions within our Central Virginia region: Bedford County, Lynchburg City, Campbell County, Amherst County, and Appomattox County, as well as Code VA, our nonprofit partner. The goals of this project are to provide a team of teachers integrated training on computer science concepts, to share and develop strategies for integrating CS into all content areas, which is the focus of the VDOE K-8 CS standards, as well as to create accessible, easy to follow, ready to use integrated lesson plans to be utilized in all 5 districts as well as throughout the state. 95% of the total $174,000 awarded funds are being used for teacher stipends to complete computer science training modules and to create the integrated lesson plans. And the other 5% of the funding is used to pay our partner Code VA for providing targeted training for our team members. The CVCSI team members were selected by their division liaison through an application process. Each division was given a certain number of team member spots proportionate to the division's student enrollment numbers. There are 68 total team members, 19 of them from Bedford County, grades K-8, with representation from all 3 of our zones, and include classroom teachers, instructional technology coaches, instructional specialists, instructional coaches, library media specialists, and gifted education teachers. Each district also identified one project coordinator who serves as the main line of communication between myself and each division team, as well as to provide input on teacher needs and provide feedback to each teacher within their district on their individual lesson plans. I serve as the regional project coordinator to see the project through to completion while providing guidance to all team members. So far, teachers have completed 2 training modules launching computer science and computer science integration through Code VA with feedback from their facilitators. They've attended a 1-day in-person training, a curriculum writing workshop that was led by Code VA curriculum specialists and myself. They've written 3 integrated lesson plans for their assigned grade level and subject, and they've also attended an evening virtual check-in meeting for more collaboration, feedback, and targeted training led by district project coordinators and myself. Between now and mid-June, each team member will create 3 more integrated lesson plans and be given feedback, as well as attend a 3-day in-person training led by Code VA called Computer Science Coaching, which will empower our team members to go back into their respective divisions and schools and be computer science leaders by sharing, modeling, and encouraging others to use our developed plans and other resources in order to provide all of our students in Central Virginia with computer science experience beginning in kindergarten. Our teachers have expressed the value they found in collaborating with others across our region, and many have even found teaching friends that they can call on and work with for other needs outside of computer science integration through this experience. I'm so excited for this partnership to continue to grow and flourish, and thankful for our enthusiastic teachers who have asked to be a part of this experience so that all of our students have access to computer science. At this time, I'll take any questions.
Harrison?
You. My question is regarding, let's see, your classroom teacher representatives. I'm just curious in terms of the representation of our classroom teachers across our division. So do we have a certain number of teachers from our Stanton River zone, from our Liberty zone? And
So I'm not sure how many. I would need to go back at my and look at my list to see how many actual classroom teachers from each zone. Off the top of my head, I know that there's at least 3 classroom teachers from each zone. And then we have gifted resource teacher, ITC, who they're kind of shared between different schools.
so of those teachers, are we representing elementary, middle, and high school?
Elementary and middle.
And middle.
It's just kindergarten through 8th grade at this time.
Okay, wonderful.
Yeah.
All right. I'd be curious if you at some point could just maybe give me that information. I'd
Sure.
like to know. Okay, thank you, and wonderful
You're welcome.
presentation. This is exciting.
Questions, Ms. Kapler?
I do.
Okay.
Ms. Kapler, so great presentation and great job going and getting the funds to make this happen. Question, what results are we expecting from this? So based on what we're doing, what are the results we're hoping to see in these K through 8 grades?
So the results would be giving each student experiences throughout the year tied into their core content areas. So we have lesson plans being written for English, math, science, and social studies, and then along with some other that are just computer science kind of standalone lessons that would be done maybe by library media specialists. But the outcome that we would see is that our students, you know, as young as kindergarten would begin getting these experiences, and then as a result, our electives in middle schools and high schools would grow, hopefully, our computer science elective numbers.
Okay, which is great. And so, and you guys may not have figured this out, but as far as the measuring of success, I'll be interested to know what you come up with. And again, I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but that is something I'm going to be looking for or asking for. And then to encourage you to come back to us frequently and say, hey, remember this grant, remember what we did, these are the results that we're getting. And that way, you know, this was grant money. Are we seeing positive results of things that you can then bring to us for future budget reviews to say, this is working, let's go do X. So just an encouragement, not trying to put you on the spot, but thank you for bringing it.
Anything else from Ms. Kapler? Thank you very much. Okay, 3.02, community partnerships through student support. Dr. Bergen?
Yes, ma'am. So we just had a nice update on some of our ongoing work relative to Goal 1 of the strategic plan. We're going to switch gears, and Beth is joining us. Mrs. Robinson is going to be sharing more about one of our focus areas in our fourth goal of our strategic plan, which you might recall is further developing mutually supportive partnerships with families and community organizations to enhance our student well-being. And so Mrs. Robinson, in that vein, will be sharing some information about a wide range of services that are available to support our students. Good evening, Beth.
Bergen. And good evening, Madam Chairperson and members of the board. As Dr. Bergen shared, we're highlighting programs and community partnerships that have been at work this year in support of students in Bedford County Public Schools and their families. As you know, great things happen when you have teamwork, and we've seen the benefit of really utilizing our community partners to continually expand our resource network. This is work we can't accomplish alone, so we're very fortunate to have partners that are willing to join us in this journey. I'll first begin to highlight some of the mental health partnerships and programs that we are pleased to partner. First and foremost, as you know, the work of our mental health support team members are critical for student success, but the work of addressing mental health needs is not achieved by school staff alone. We are very fortunate to have developed partnerships with community agencies to provide supplemental services to our families and students. First, I'll mention that we have developed a relationship with National Counseling Group for the provision of therapeutic day treatment services in 6 applying schools: Bedford Primary, Bedford Elementary, Liberty High School, Stanton River Middle School, Stewartsville Elementary, and Goodview Elementary. Any school may apply with National Counseling Group for the provision of therapeutic day treatment services, although to be a recipient of those in-school services, there must be a sufficient pool of eligible candidates. And eligible candidates meaning Medicaid eligible candidates for services. Our goal this year was to bring a consistent provider. Previously, we had had multiple service agencies providing therapeutic day treatment services. So in partnering with National Counseling Group, we have a consistent provider, which has allowed us to really streamline communication and make sure that we are adhering to partnership agreements across school sites. Just as a information piece for members of the board, therapeutic day treatment services are provided for students who may require specialized mental health services in order to prevent a more restrictive service. And generally, each provider will have a caseload of 3 to 4 students, maybe more depending on the site and needs, and they provide daily check-ins and individual counseling sessions for students. I'm also pleased that National Counseling Group, our partner, has a cadre of training professionals so that any school can explore their professional training library and invite guest speakers on specific topics. In fact, we offered a training this year for mental health support team members in motivational interviewing through National Counseling Group. I'm especially excited to talk about Care Portal. We've partnered with Patrick Henry Family Services to become one of the first school systems in our region to be a Care Portal requester. Care Portal is a national network, but it is organized to our local community. So when we are talking about Care Portal, it is within Bedford County users. But Care Portal serves as a conduit for family support. The platform allows, right now, our youth and family specialists in the school to vet cases for families that can have any variety of primary care and basic needs. They then partner with that family to identify what those specific needs are, and they are going to post those to the Care Portal site. The Care Portal site is anonymous. It is information about a need. But the beauty of Care Portal is that by posting through that site, local faith-based or community organizations can say, we want to sponsor that need. And then, with consent from the family at every step of the way, a relationship is made between the family and that provider organization. And the goal is to really reduce the transactional nature of many social services so that you are building a relationship with a family and a neighborhood support team member, whether that be through a faith-based organization or community organization. As I said, the goal is building those natural connections to your neighborhood, and Bedford County Public Schools, my note said 21, but as of 2 days ago, we've had 22 children and their families supported with services that have included general financial assistance, well and plumbing repairs, clothing, utility assistance, beds, mattresses, and groceries. We're also pleased that Centra Health and Horizon Behavioral Health have agreed to partner with us to provide another virtual screening for parents and in-person screening for students with the movie entitled Screenagers: The Next Chapter. Some of you may remember a few years ago, Horizon organized the initial film screening with all middle school students and hosted parent events at the school. That film focused on the impact of youth exposed to high levels of media and gaming technology, including social media. This follow-up event and this follow-up film is anticipated for May and will emphasize how schools and families can best support our youth in building the necessary skills for stress resilience in a digital age. Our senior leadership team have previewed the film, and parents will have an opportunity to view in advance of the participation in the school day, and can plan with the school for their child's participation. Horizon Behavioral Health is also an excellent partner in the provision of outpatient services and case management for our students in secondary schools in the Stanton River and Liberty zones. That does not intentionally exclude the Jefferson Forest Zone. They had a change in staffing. I just received information today that they believe they've got that staffing need filled, so that will be resuming. Horizon also obtained additional grant funding for an elementary expansion project with Bedford County, and we currently provide outpatient and case management services through Horizon to students at Bedford Primary, Bedford Elementary, and Montvale, and we anticipate the number of elementary schools to grow. These embedded services allow students to access their community resources without missing much instructional time or without parents having to transport and take time away from work. While the secondary programs are dedicated to Medicaid-eligible students, the elementary expansion grant is based on referral need and open to children in both public and private insurance programs. Horizon also partnered with Bedford County to sponsor 1 in-person and 2 virtual participants to the National Attachment and Trauma Network Conference in Houston this year. This conference provides exceptional opportunities for our staff to learn more about how to effectively intervene and strengthen programs for students impacted by trauma, and it's the 3rd year we've had benefit of such partnership with Horizon. In previous year, years, Liberty Middle and Stanton River Middle have participated, and we've had 2 elementary counselors from Big Island and Otter River participate this year. Finally, with regards to our partnership with Horizon, I was very pleased that Horizon and Bedford Town Police provided an excellent demonstration for parents with Hidden in Plain Sight recently. This event provided parents with an overview of current drug trends and guidance on how to be aware of potential drug use behaviors in adolescents. Parents were provided guidance on popular concealment apps on phones, social media risks, mental health trends. The presenters also provided informational resources including medical disposal and lock kits, and if weapons locks, and if requested, training and provision of Narcan administration. Bedford has also had the benefit of some terrific programs dedicated to health services. I'd like to start by highlighting that this school year, Bedford County Public Schools took advantage of a partnership through Virginia Department of Education to utilize Connexus as a third-party provider for the mandatory vision screening in grades K, 3, 7, and 10. Prior to this, Bedford County had used very traditional vision and hearing screening methodologies. I will highlight that this partnership came at no cost to the division, but Connexus does provide an exciting step forward in vision screening by utilizing a portable digital screener. This advanced technology allows the screening to evaluate a wider range of vision needs, including near, far, intermediate vision, astigmatism, eye muscle function, unequal vision power, eye misalignment, eye structure problems, things that I do not understand, but the technology provides a digital image to each family, an individual student printout for each student, which will allow a family to more easily communicate any detected defects in a follow-up evaluation. We had 2,388 students screened with 723 detected concerns and recommended referrals. The efficiency and effectiveness of this screening led our team to think about our practices, and we wanted one for ourselves. We are thrilled to announce that the Bedford Community Health Foundation stepped up with this, and we have purchased a digital screening device for use exclusively for Bedford County Public Schools, which would allow us to always provide digital screening one day at a school. It takes a mere matter of seconds per child, and will increase the quality and efficiency of our vision hearing procedures moving forward. We've also been excited, and you may have seen the big RV in front of some of our elementary schools. Johnson Health Center has resumed mobile dental clinics at our elementary schools. It is a fully functioning dental clinic which offers preventative exams, cleaning, and even panoramic x-rays for students 6 and up. Students with public or private insurance could participate as long as there was not a visit 6 months preceding the date of the clinic. Those families who were uninsured were provided financial assistance to participate, again, with the help of the Bedford Community Health Foundation. These mobile dental clinics are of critical value. It's estimated that only about 30% of clinics in Virginia accept Medicaid. So for families on public insurance, this is an important offering. We've had about 400 students sign up. They are generally conducted on Wednesdays and will be running throughout the remainder of the school year. Johnson Health Center does facilitate family support for additional referrals if needed. And I want to say I thank Mrs. Kelly Thomas, our supervisor for health services, and our school nurse team for coordinating these activities on campus sites. I'm also very pleased to share news of a grant following up to Allison's information. We've applied for a workforce development grant this school year, and we applied last year and it was awarded this year. We are awarded $108,960. This grant was specifically organized to provide for the growth and expansion of the school nursing workforce. That was the intent of the goal. So as such, we've been able to fund state conferences for the fall and spring events with the Virginia Association of School Nurses at no cost to the division. We've also been able to provide the most current resource text for the school nursing clinics at each school. We've allocated eligible funds towards recruitment and retention with signing awards and retention bonuses. But the one thing that I was especially excited about, and the reason for the photos on the screen, is, interestingly, the grant allowed for one specific equipment purchase, and that was AED devices. And prior to the amazing and life-saving event at Jefferson Forest High School, we had already purchased 20 additional AED devices to be placed out in our schools, along with wall-mount alarmed cabinets. And our goal in that expansion project was to ensure that we have consistent AED placement, storage, and signage, but also recognizing that AEDs do require maintained upkeep. You have to replace those pads regularly, so we want to make sure we don't expand our inventory more than we can maintain with supplemental supplies. And finally, I will just add that our school nurse team, and as well as our school psychologist team, supports Medicaid billing for special education eligible students. We are always looking to ensure that we identify revenue opportunities, and we are even more excited to move forward with those greater revenue opportunities when the expansion of free cares would expand Medicaid billing to any eligible student for both physical and behavioral health needs. So I appreciate your time this evening to highlight those partnerships with our community partners and agencies, and share the benefits to our students, and be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Questions? Who wants to go first?
Georgia can go.
No, go ahead. You want to go?
I'll go, yeah. Okay. So Beth, thank you for putting this together. I appreciate the time you've taken, and this is lots of good opportunities for our students. Couple questions around the partnerships. I know you mentioned National Counseling Group, you mentioned Horizon. I didn't catch the name of the group that we got a Bedford digital equipment donated, but in saying all of that, I know you mentioned some of the cost was around grants, but my question, are we required to do anything in return? So for example, what are the strings attached? Are we selling data back to these companies?
No.
Okay.
So with National Counseling Group and Horizon, they complete their own intake. We initiate referrals for eligible students. They complete their own intake, and they make a determination of eligibility for Medicaid eligible or insurance eligible clients. So they are the communicating agency with the family on any billing. We are not.
So if they treat or have access to our student, then they are getting that data, but it's based on the fact that they're treating that student.
Yes,
Is
sir.
that right?
Yes.
Okay, but we're not giving data outside of our students that are working directly with them. So they don't have access to student data in general.
Correct, like Power School Access or no, sir.
Okay, all right. As far as, I know you said some of these were donated or partnerships. Are there costs to us for these partnerships?
At this time, the costs are not financial costs. For example, having a therapeutic day treatment provider in a school will cost a dedicated space. You know, that's one of the agreements they have, is that they have a private meeting space. The same is true for the Horizon staff. They have dedicated space, but there is no cost to us for the provision of those facilities. It's time, staff time to coordinate on those days that we have dental clinics. We have different staff supporting those events, but no financial costs.
Okay, and it's available to all students?
Which, I'm sorry, I just want to clarify. So,
Talked about
Okay.
tonight. I just want to make sure that
Sure.
we're not saying, hey, you student A can go do this, student B, sorry, you don't have the availability.
absolutely. So to kind of talk through the different agencies that we work with. Therapeutic day treatment is a Medicaid-based service. So if you are Medicaid eligible, you would be able to apply for those services, or we would make a referral if we felt the student was eligible. With the Horizon outpatient and case management, secondary schools, that's Medicaid eligible. The elementary expansion is any student that would have a referral need. The vision screening was mandatory for the age grade the grades K, 3, 7, and 10, and the dental clinic was available to any parent that completed the paperwork that they wanted their child to participate, regardless of insurance. Care Portal is obviously, the parent has to sign a release to partner with our youth and family specialists to share that information.
And then you mentioned Bedford digital equipment was donated, and we can use that on a daily basis at the school. So my question is, who is using that equipment? And then the second part of that question is, who provided the training on the equipment?
Well, the nurses that were doing the vision screening previously would be the individuals conducting the screening with the digital, the digital device. They will receive training, and that digital device, I don't want to discount the value of our school nurses, is designed to be used as an instant image of the eye that's diagnostic. So that nurse is not providing the interpretation. It's the image output from the eye that is providing a printout that gives an indication of if there's a defect that's detected.
But the nurses are being trained.
Yeah, oh, yes,
But
sir.
who are they being trained by?
They will be trained by there are modules that come with the device in its usage.
It's like online training?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do we have the equipment yet? Has it started being used?
It's been purchased, as with many things in the medical equipment field. There's a delay and a back order, but it was the Bedford Community Health Foundation that sponsored the purchase of that.
So, and I've mentioned this to staff, my main priority is, it's great that we get equipment, but equipment does us no good if we're not trained on it. So I want to make sure we have a training plan, not saying you don't, but I'm interested to know, once the training is completed, that we're following back up with our nurses to say, how is it going? And so I appreciate the fact that there is online training. I want to make sure, I'm sure you're going to take it, or Kelly's going to take it. Once you have that, is it sufficient for us to be able to use the equipment? And then my final question is, you mentioned $108,960 specific of growth for school nursing, and you mentioned that it would allow us to send our nurses to state conferences. What are the topics of those conferences?
I'd have to communicate that through follow-up information. I don't have the agendas with me. The fall, I can provide. I don't know that the spring agenda has been announced yet, but I can certainly, if it has, I'll share that as well.
And how does that process work? Who approves that travel and the topics that you're going for?
Well, the travel approval goes through our professional learning system, just like any other professional learning opportunity. What we do is we just code the expenses to the workforce grant, but it goes through the same approval process.
I'm definitely interested in the topics that we are sending our nurses for, so I will be interested in that. That's all. Thank you.
Harrison, did you have questions?
Two.
Okay, how many do,
About two.
okay. Anybody else going to have any questions? Okay, go ahead. I was just looking at the time. I'm not pushing you.
Listen, I don't want to interfere with dinner, that's for sure. But I have to say to Mrs. Robertson, you just made my heart just so happy, just to hear the things that we are doing for our students. I know firsthand that there is a great need for these programs that we have in place for our students. And that need continues to grow, not just in our division, but across our country. There is tremendous need for so many programs. And, you know, and kudos to everyone, to you, Ms. Robertson, to your team, whoever, for the fact that we are the first school system with the care portal.
Region. I don't
In
want
this region, okay. Well, that's, to me, is pretty significant. That is really, really wonderful. I'm just super excited about it. My other question or statement is regarding the day treatment program. Is Horizon the organization that we're using?
National Counseling Group.
Okay. So Horizon is being used primarily,
For outpatient counseling and
Okay.
case management for students that have already qualified for those services through their agency.
well, thank you, and to your team, just keep up the good work. It's really supporting and helping our students tremendously. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Ms. Harrison. And actually, I do have a quick question, Ms. Robertson. I'm sorry you're not totally off the hot seat yet.
Okay.
Okay? When you mentioned the schools that were involved with the national counseling, you mentioned Goodview, Stewartsville, and Stanton River Middle. Why not Stanton River High School, especially if those schools are feeders into the high school?
I think because the high school has, number one, some embedded mental health programs that provide alternatives for students. It also has that well-established case management and outpatient counseling with Horizon. That's actually been one of our longest relationships. So generally, students that have needs are well supported. I think we have a provider almost every day on campus at Stanton River. So there are those mental health supports there, both through through the Horizon provider, but also our other embedded programs that provide opportunities for students on campus.
And you mentioned a couple of things I just wanted to shout kudos out for. You mentioned the screenagers, next chapter. Thank goodness. I went to, the last one was, 2 years ago? It was something like that, and I went to that as a parent, and 2 years later, it still made a profound difference in the way I think about things with my children. So thank you for doing that, and thank you for following up with that. And when you mentioned Johnson Health Centers for dental and then the eye exams within the school, especially for the Medicaid patients, that's wonderful. I know that Medicaid, as far as dental, where you said 30% providers, it's less than that. Some parents are years finding a dentist that will accept Medicaid. So thank you for helping out with that. Okay, any more questions, comments? Okay, you are off the hot seat now.
Okay,
Thank
I'll
you
take
very
it.
much. Okay, given the time, we will go ahead and break for dinner and come back and pick up with item when we pick up with things, 3.03.
students for student recognition please come forward?
That's a big binder.
I know, I keep all my, when I start the whatever, I keep everything to do with,
Crew Wyatt and Jason Chen.
like, see, they asked what's in the staffing standard. FAQs. All of it's in here.
Hey, friend.
Hey, friend.
You tell him. You talk to him.
You must be Mr. Wyatt.
Just in case.
He's just here.
Baby on the way.
Good evening, everyone. I'd like to reconvene this regular meeting of the Bedford County School Board for April the 6th, 2023. If you would, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all very much. Ms. Edwards?
Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, Dr. Bergen, would you please come forward? Jason Chen. Jason Chen. The Virginia School Boards Association's Region 5 in Virginia is the largest of its 8 regions. There are more than 20 school divisions in this region, which makes winning any of the contests throughout the year extremely difficult. And that's why we're so proud that we have a student whose artwork was so outstanding that it could not be denied. For the VSBA's art contest, divisions in Region 5 bring their best artwork from their own contests to be judged at the regional level, and that includes hundreds of elementary schools. And after judges confirmed, Boonesboro Elementary School's Crew Wyatt had the best elementary artwork in the entire region. VSBA Regional Artwork Contest winner, Boonesboro Elementary School's Crew Wyatt. All right. 1, 2, 3, and one more. 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much. One last time, Jason Chen. Okay, we will go ahead and read Mr. Chen's accomplishment, but apparently he was not able to make it tonight. The 51st Central Virginia Regional Science Fair was held recently. The competition is an affiliate of the Regeneron International Science and Engineering Fair. Students from Amherst, Appomattox, Bedford, Campbell counties, along with Lynchburg City Schools, participate in the competition. There can only be one grand award winner, and the winner is Jefferson Forest High School's Jason Chen for his project entitled Got Milk? Comparing the acid production of Bifidobacterium infantis when grown in different milks. Jason now moves on to the Regeneron International Science and Engineering Fair, the world's largest pre-college STEM competition, May 14 through 19 in Dallas, Texas. And we will celebrate him as many ways as we can in his absence here tonight. We'll social media and everything else. So that does conclude student recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards.
Yeah.
Okay, moving on to public comment. The public comment portion of tonight's agenda is limited to 40 minutes. Speakers are asked to state their name and voting district. The school board is here to listen to your comments, but will not engage or respond to speakers during this 40-minute period. Please remember that this is a public meeting, and we expect all speakers to refrain from any foul, profane, abusive, or hateful language during their comments or at any time while in attendance at this meeting. We also ask that speakers keep their remarks objective about the school and nature. Please keep all comments limited to matters related to the public school, and any comments that are harassing or amount to a personal attack against an identifying individual, whether board member, or staff or student, or having the potential to cause unnecessary delay or disruption to this meeting are prohibited. This is a public meeting for public matters. Mr. Edwards will serve as timekeeper for the individual speakers, with a ringing bell indicating the person has 30 seconds remaining, and a second bell will ring indicating a person's 4 minutes have expired. Mr. Edwards will also serve as timekeeper for a cumulative 40-minute period. When Mr. Edwards' 4-minute timer bell rings, please discontinue speaking and allow the next person in line to come to the podium. Should you be unable to finish your comments, please send or give them to Ms. Johnson, and she will give them to board members. Also, we ask that you please do not adjust the microphone at the podium, as it has been positioned for optimum audio quality. Our first speaker tonight, Cindy Younghouse.
Good evening. I'm Cindy Younghouse, District 7. Thank you again, Madam Chair, for this opportunity to address the board. Regarding policy JJAG and symptoms of heat stroke, parental rights do not include putting one's child in harm's way. Parental rights are removed in courts of law for such poor judgments. When a trained professional assesses troubling symptoms which may endanger a student, parents need the good sense to comply with safety policies, including medical evaluation prior to resuming activities. If parents must override the professional recommendations, then parental rights to sue must be waived with a signed form. JJAG must reflect the need to assess and intervene based on the symptoms presented at the time, not based on opinions of medically untrained parents who might not even be present. Additionally, last summer, there was some controversy over the resolution in support of teachers and staff, resulting in the defensive claim that the resolution's wording was already contained in staff contracts. Similarly, the same defensive claim has been used to disregard endorsement of the VSBA Code of Conduct, that the 12 items are already included in the BCPS board bylaws. Review of the bylaws revealed need for clarification. While the bylaws and VSBA Code of Conduct do have some commonality, the bylaws lack specific language encompassing the character of board members. For example, having personal integrity in all matters, avoiding personal partisan gain, avoiding even the appearance of impropriety, making no individual choices that might compromise the board and administration, and supporting the full development and welfare of all children are all points lacking in the bylaws, just to be clear. So finally, the proposed policy INB, which states in part, quote, in addition, teachers shall not engage in discussion with students about sexual orientation or gender identity, end quote. It sounds like BCPS has its very own Don't Say Gay policy. As indicated by my email, I don't think this rule was well thought out. In fact, after all the concern over indoctrination, several points in this draft policy are blatantly presupposed on far right-wing misinformation rather than facts. As a result, this policy violates free speech and discriminates broadly. I've emailed for the board a copy of the U.S. Department of Justice Civil Rights Division memorandum dated March 26, 2021, regarding the application of Bostock v. Clayton County to Title IX. The DOJ concluded discrimination on the basis of sex absolutely includes sexual orientation and gender identity, just as Justice Neil Gorsuch determined for Title VII. Principal Deputy Assistant Attorney General Pamela S. Carlin concludes, quote, I hope this memorandum provides a starting point for your agencies to ensure the consistent and robust enforcement of Title IX in furtherance of the commitment that every person should be treated with respect and dignity. The Civil Rights Division is available to answer any questions your agencies have as you implement Title IX's protections against sexual orientation and gender identity discrimination, end quote. In conclusion, I get that some of you don't want to normalize the idea that LGBTQIA community has human rights. However, what needs normalizing is that no matter one's religious view, or actually, because of your religious views, every human under God needs dignity, respect, equal rights, and love. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Younghouse. Jason Johnson.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Jason Johnson. I reside at 6735 White House Road in Bonita, District 2. Normally when individuals come to this podium, it's to share concerns about their child's school or address rumors they've read. But tonight I actually have a couple of positive things I wanted to share with you. First, thank you for prioritizing the new auditoriums at Stanton River and Liberty High School. As we stand in this gorgeous facility tonight, I can't help but think how awesome it would be to give our students on the south side and in the town the same opportunities, as well as the community members that use that for religious services or public meetings, to have access to the same high quality space. As you know, it takes a long time to get these projects rolling. It has taken us since, I believe Ms. Harrison and I have been working on this since 2017. It's taken a long time to get to this point. Thank you for pushing it this far. Please keep pushing until one night we can stand in such an auditorium. The other is it takes a lot of people to make an educational facility work. People that allow students to feel safe and comfortable opening their minds and being willing to learn. It takes a lot of different people, teachers, janitors, custodians, everyone. But there's one unique role that's been very critical in helping Bedford County Public Schools be a place that students feel comfortable learning. And I understand this individual is getting ready to leave, and I wanted to just say a few words tonight about how awesome this person has been and what a great representative of the school division he has been. As we heard just a few minutes ago, there's a voice in Bedford County Public Schools. If you put Barry White and Paul Harvey in a blender, you would get this individual. And you get the voice that makes every child recognized before this board and introduced to this community feel special, whether they're here for an athletic title or because they won a science fair or the spelling bee. Every child has a moment when their name is called and they feel like they are the most important, accomplished person in Bedford County because of the voice. A few years ago, families across the county, teachers too, would wait with bated breath to hear those 5 golden words, "It's a snow day, baby." And he didn't just announce it. In his typical flair, there were videos with such hits as "I Got Friends in Snowy Places," a Star Wars video that went viral and got attention nationwide, Eyes on Bedford County. But my personal favorite, the video that gave us a behind-the-scenes peek at how Grayson Overstreet, TJ Tester, and Caleb Jones, along with some other friends in the county, made it snow in our county. All of these showcased the best and the brightest that we have in our county and made us all look so, so good. Beyond that, he worked so hard on social media to get the information, the good news stories out, and made the school division a place that staff wanted to teach, that students wanted to go and learn, and that families wanted to send their children. All because of the hard work of one individual showcasing all of the good work going on behind the scenes. We hear a lot of things about public education today, but those good news stories sometimes get lost. But when you have a good public information officer, he makes sure those good news stories make it out where they need to go. So as this individual prepares to ride off into the sunset, you can hire a new public information officer, but there will ever only be one voice of Bedford County. So Mr. Edwards, it's retirement, baby. Go enjoy your next chapter. And thank you for everything that you've done for our community over the years. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Dave Dietrich.
I'm Dave Dietrich from the 4th. We participated recently in public commentary on the Virginia Department of Education History Curriculum Review. Public statements showed how divided the public appears to be over educational standards. Two distinct views were apparent. One side seemed to favor the children, their quality of education, and parent and public participation in the educational process, including curriculum design and standards of learning. That side also advocated less central and top-down bureaucratic control and even questioned the need for centralized SOLs. The other side seemed focused on the special interest of activist groups, including what might be termed professional big administrative educational interests. So what does all this tell us? First, it indicates the public is divided, although to what degree is problematic. Second, it indicates that special interest groups are well organized and deeply committed to maintaining centralized influence on education. Third, it indicates special interests may be in general alliance, but not necessarily in total alliance over specific interests. That creates opportunity. Fourth, by virtue of what they had to say and how they said it, these special interest groups offered little compelling evidence that their understanding is anything other than superficial, dogmatic, and self-serving. There was historical ignorance on display as well. Here are two examples. One speaker claimed the New Deal did all these great and wonderful things for labor. Yet the New Deal only deepened and prolonged the Great Depression. It accomplished little other than significantly expanding unaccountable big government, taxes, and increasing the misery index for millions as the economy got worse. Free market capitalism and the post-World War II economic boom got us out of the Great Depression. Another speaker claimed the preamble to the Declaration of Independence did not apply to blacks. That is historically and factually incorrect. That preamble addresses God-given natural rights for all people, in all places, and in all times. It is the very ideal upon which this great nation was founded. It is precisely why the institution of slavery was opposed by so many of all races, ethnicities, and creeds, including many Southerners, and eventually abolished. These wrong historical views spoke volumes about the human tragedy of an illiberal education today. For those who apparently possess it seem to demand that the young and impressionable minds receive it. I wish to share a quote from a former slave and great American, Booker T. Washington. He wrote, "I have learned that success is to be measured not so much by the position one has reached in life as by the obstacles which have been overcome while trying to succeed." Thankfully, many continue to learn from that great American. Teach virtue, teach moral growth, teach intellectual flourishing, teach critical thinking. Reject dogma, pointless bureaucracy, and destructive indoctrination. That is our duty as parents, citizens, and educators. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dietrich. Richard Hendricks.
Conduct counts. Late in last month's school board meeting, long after those of us who had commented on various issues had left, there was a brief discussion about the issue of bullying in the district schools. I apologize, but in watching the exchange on YouTube, I was unable to determine exactly which two members were in on this exchange. The first individual, a woman, pointed out that there were remedies in the Student Code of Conduct where reports could be made to the administration. I believe it was on pages 51 and 53, and the administration would then take corrective action. The second individual quoted from scripture, which said that in effect you should stand up for those who have been bullied. His take appeared to me to downplay the necessity of going through the administrative process as outlined in the above code of conduct, but seemed to approve of students taking action on their own to prevent other students from being bullied. He stated words to the effect that you should take action. You should be a man. In a different world from that in which we currently live, this might be an effective strategy. Back in the old days, when there was a dispute between high school students, you might have a rumble in the parking lot or maybe a drag race at midnight on a deserted highway. However, as we've seen far too often in the last 10 years or so, disputes among students or reactions to real or perceived bullying may be settled with assault rifles, 700 rounds of ammunition, and body armor. In many of the horrendous school shootings that we've seen since Sandy Hook and Columbine, we found that the shooters have either been bullied or were bullies. Because of this, we need to tread carefully in how we react to incidents of bullying in our schools. Giving free rein to allowing students to settle their bullying issues among themselves could lead to a terrible outcome. Although there is a very small possibility of this occurring, my question to the board is, do you, as members of the school board, want to cast a blind eye to the kind of behavior which could result in an unspeakable tragedy? You will refute this by saying, our kids are good kids. We are responsible gun owners here, and our kids know gun safety. The kids in Bedford County can settle their disputes without adult interference. It can't happen here, etc., etc. Basically, I agree. But all it takes is one troubled individual to go off the rails and cause a tragedy. I'm sure that the folks in Nashville, where we had our most recent school shooting, Uvalde, Texas, Parkland, Florida, Sandy Hook, Connecticut, and dozens of other localities believe that this tragedy couldn't happen in their schools. But it did. And then you have to deal with the repercussions of these horrible tragedies. And the progression always seems to be the same. One part of the progression is that parents grieve, bury their dead children, and then sue everybody who they feel was responsible for the deaths of their children. As members of a school board who may have encouraged students to fight bullying by being a man, I hope that you have good attorneys on speed dial, because it won't take long for plaintiffs' attorneys to find this footage, which won't be helpful when it comes to avoiding potential liability. The liability can be personal as well as having a negative impact on the community. I, as a Bedford County taxpayer, would not welcome having thousands of my tax dollars spent on legal counsel in a liability trial. Also, in the event of such an occurrence, there will be a negative impact on the entire community. Thank you. Conduct counts.
Thank you, Mr. Hendricks. Kristen Honeycutt?
Good evening. I'm a Bedford County employee, so I just have a few bullet points that I wanted to bring up to all of you. One, I understand that a suggested calendar is coming up to be voted on, and I'm hoping you all will consider that. We could really use those 2 days. Second, like I did last year, I asked some colleagues questions that they would like brought to your attention, but they don't have the capacity or ability or whatever to come up here. In my school in particular, we still have the heat on, it seems like. I'm not trying to throw anybody under the bus in maintenance or whatever, but we have 3rd, 4th, and 5th graders trying to take benchmarks in extremely crowded classrooms and really hot, and our tempers are starting to flare. Somebody else mentioned that in some of the benchmarks, some images were not showing up properly on the student Chromebooks. So if there was some way that we could test that before we push it out to the students, because it was getting a little frustrating for the teachers and the students. And then some people, I shared the policy that you all are voting on next month, and there were just some questions and concerns, and I have become really good at playing devil's advocate, so this is my role right now. And I'm not going to read the things, but in paragraph 1 and 2, yes, we feel like that is very important, but when we do that as educators, we get pushback from the community. And I apologize for not reading these, so it may be really vague to anyone who's not read it. Paragraph 3, number 2, where it talks about somebody not being racist, sexist, etc. Yes, if they're targeting other people, then they are. And then when we get to the gender identity, will we cease to call people Mr. or Mrs. or yes ma'am or no sir? Can I say something funny, a funny story about my husband? Or could a male teacher say something funny about his wife? Or if we have same-sex marriages, can they say something funny and refer to my husband or my wife? I am a primary school teacher. We read lots of books. Am I going to have to really look hard now for books that don't have any adults that are in relationships? I mean, Little Bear. I love Little Bear, but there's a mama bear and a papa bear. Where will we draw the line? Are we going to, if we're talking about gender identity, where does the line get drawn? And then how are you going to monitor this? And what will be the consequences if we don't meet this policy? So these are just all things that I really hope you all will consider. Like I said, I've really, in my senior aging, taken on being devil's advocate, and so this is the role I'm playing today. So yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Honeycutt. Jessica Scott.
Hello, thank you. I'm Jessica Scott. Thank you all for serving. I live in District 3. I'll also be speaking to INB. To begin with, some of the things I really like about it, I really appreciate in the document the emphasis on individual dignity and intellectual honesty and non-discrimination. I've been moved tonight to speak to the part that in the document that states, quote, "In addition, teachers shall not engage in discussions with students about sexual orientation or gender identity." So first, it's just a semantics question, but I think that it could be very important. Like, what exactly would the policy be prohibiting, and what would it be allowing by the term discussions? Can plain facts be stated? Like, is the use of the word discussion on purpose, like a long there are many definitions anyway. So like she said, can I say to my students, if I'm a teacher, my husband and I went out to dinner last night, because that would suggest my sexual orientation. And I'm assuming that that's not what the policy would mean, that doesn't constitute discussions, but we know what happens when you assume. So I think that would need to be spelled out incredibly objectively. Next, is the policy saying that a person's sexual orientation can never be a part of a lesson, no matter how relevant it is to the topic? Like, for example, in a history lesson, the Nazis rounded up people based on their sexual orientation. So if so, that would be completely inconsistent with the statement of intellectual honesty above. So I'd like clarification on that. Next, I very, very much oppose the judgment that only counselors and administration and not teachers are qualified to discuss this topic, unlike so many other topics that arise with valid reasons for tying, because they tie into situations relating to bullying or depression or safety or housing. These are all things that interfere with academic progress and arise in the course of teachers' jobs. We know that suicide is one of the top 3 causes of death for teenagers. We know that the rates of suicide for LGBTQ teenagers are much higher than that for non-LGBTQ teenagers. In 2018, the JAMA Pediatrics Journal published a meta-analysis that found that LGBTQ youth are more than 4 times as likely as their peers to attempt suicide. Coincidentally, I did not know I was coming tonight. I wasn't paying attention to the calendar. It wasn't on my radar. This past Sunday at church, we sang the hymn, "Let Your Heart Be Broken." Let your heart be broken for a world in need. Let your heart be tender. Let your heart be broken for another's pain. Again, the JAMA pediatric study found that LGBTQ youth are more than 4 times as likely to attempt suicide than their peers. All of us in this room, I know, have the shared goal of the health and safety of all children. I know that's why we're here. And my questions are, and I'm asking this seriously, even though it sounds sort of rhetorical, how will this proposed policy decrease those rates of attempted suicide, those rates of actual suicide, which we unfortunately have had in Bedford County? And what is the justification for the expectation that this policy will not increase those rates? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Scott. Lindsay Leonard.
My name's Lindsay Leonard. I'm a local attorney in the area. I'm in District 5. I'm also the mother of 2 children who attend Boonesboro Elementary School. I want to speak today about something that is becoming increasingly apparent nationwide. School shootings are occurring at an alarming rate. Where shootings used to be rare and committed by students, there's a trend now that shootings are being caused by non-students, people who just walk in and decide to commit some horrible act of violence. And even worse, they're occurring against younger students, even those that are as young as 5, 6 years old. We spend a lot of time in the community talking about how to stop these events from occurring, and while all these dialogues are essential and they must continue, I think we're focusing a lot of times on the wrong area. Every act and every crime has 3 elements. You have means, you have motive, you have opportunity. Means are obvious. A school shooting naturally is going to occur with guns, and we can go into the gun control debate, but let's be realistic. Nothing's going to be done at a local level. Unless something happens at a state or federal level, we're going to have to presume that the laws we have now are the ones that are going to exist for the foreseeable future. So then we move on to motive, and unlike means, this is the most difficult area to get into. We know people and students get depressed and angry, but it's very hard to determine what is going to make a person decide to take that and hurt innocent children. We should continue exploring this area, and we should take strides to understand others and speak if something comes up or is amiss, but there's really truly only so much that we can do to anticipate this type of event. So then we shift our focus to the one element we can control, and that is opportunity. We're doing things now like making our schools gun-free zones, but we can see that that does very little to dissuade people who are intent on committing acts of violence. We require visitors to stop by the office and check in. We lock exterior doors. We have lockdown drills for students. We do have procedures in place. This is all great and it's terrific, but if a gunman enters, it becomes a total panic, and many of these procedures hinge on everyone cooperating and there being enough time before anybody is hurt. The area I want to focus on involves the entrance to the school buildings. In Nashville, as well as Sandy Hook, Red Lake, Columbine, and so many other recent shootings, the shooter has entered the building by shooting out the glass on the locked door. Every time I go to Boonesboro Elementary, and even walking into this building tonight, I find it discouraging that there are fully open glass doors leading right into the building and a fully glass enclosure around the office leading right into the school. This does absolutely nothing to stop a gunman. It'll stop intruders who don't have any weapons or can't do a whole lot of damage, but it's not going to prevent a shooting. Replacing current doors with steel doors or replacing the glass in doors with bulletproof glass is ideal, but obviously it's costly and it's a lot of work involved there. However, there are a lot of cost-effective options now. There's tempered glass. You could have window security film or even a wire mesh over the door fronts if you look for something quick and simple to do. The tempered glass will fracture, but it actually does not break until enormous amounts of pressure are put on it. These are all low-cost alternatives with potentially high security results. The goal is simply to frustrate a shooter, to make it so difficult to enter a building that they either move on, give up entirely, or if anything, it's going to slow them way down, giving more time for police to arrive and less time for students and teachers to be in danger. As an analogy, terrorists still have the exact same means and motive available to them that they had on 9/11. We just reduced their opportunity with substantial security measures that make it more difficult than it's worth. For school shootings, we may still have the same means and motive, and we should still be talking about those, and we should still be working to combat those, but we can reduce the opportunity by implementing some low-cost and effective security measures, like removing or restructuring the exterior doors. I urge this board to set up a committee of some sort to explore these options, put funds towards making these security changes. You could be the first school district in this area to take an innovative measure to keep our kids and teachers safe.
Thank you, Ms. Leonard. I have the availability for 3 more speakers. Would anyone else like to speak this evening? Okay, Amy.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I did not know I was going to be able to be here tonight, but the rain canceled soccer practice, so here we are. There's been a lot of heavy topics tonight, but I'm going to share something a little lighter. I am in District 7, and I am with Moms for Liberty. As many of you know, we have 4 boys, and 9 days out of 10 when they come home from school and I ask them what their favorite part was, they say recess. And so there's been a lot of conversations lately about playgrounds and different PTAs that are raising money to either rebuild playgrounds or enhance their existing structures. So I just wanted to share some resources for both the board and for our PTAs, and I thought this might be a good opportunity to do that. It can be a pretty daunting task trying to figure out how to raise the funds or even where to begin with some of these playground remodeling. It just so happens that the town next to where I grew up in central Pennsylvania is home to one of the largest playground manufacturers in the world. It's called Play World Systems. If your kids have played at Falling Creek Park in Bedford, they've played on a Play World system equipment set. I do not have any affiliation with Play World specifically at all. This is purely me hearing a need in the community for resources for playgrounds and thinking, hey, I wonder what Play World can do. So I have been doing some research on their website, and there is a slew of information available there on specifically how to fundraise, and it's way beyond, cookie dough sales or fun runs, which I know a lot of the PTAs have been working really hard recently to get those taken care of, and they've raised a lot of money, but it's a big item. So in just a few minutes, you can download multiple packets of resources like this one that help you get started on how to fundraise. And the other part of this that I think perhaps the board might be interested in is that there are multiple grants available that could be applied for. So for example, a couple that they list, you can apply for a grant from Project Fit America. It's a national agency that works with schools and frontline educators to try to create opportunities for kids to be active, fit, and healthy. There's also grants available through Home Depot, the Walmart Community Giving grant, the Christopher and Dana Reeves Foundation. So those are specifically awarded to organizations that impact and empower people living with different living challenges, and as well as their family and caregivers. There's the W.K. Kellogg Foundation grant, and they have an entire guide on their website that's dedicated specifically to grants. So if that would be something that would be able to be applied for from the board level and some of those funds could be distributed to the individual PTAs, it might find a way to make it easier to fundraise and get some really awesome equipment for our kids to play on. So my goal tonight is just to share some information to make recess even more awesome for our kids, because I think we can all remember the fun that we had as kids playing on the playground at recess, even though the stuff we grew up on now has been torn down because it's not safe. So I hope that these will be helpful. If anybody has any questions, you're more than welcome to reach out to me, but I really encourage you to check out Playworld's website and see some of the things that are available there. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sneed. Okay, I have availability for 2 more. Would anyone else like to speak?
I too didn't expect to be here tonight. My name is Debbie Harvey and I'm in District 3. And I appreciate you guys so much for doing what you do. You have to make very tough decisions. And I just want to talk to you about the proposed budget that I believe you have already given to the Board of Supervisors, and it's resulting in possibly, well, definitely if it gets passed or you get everything that has been asked for, a tax increase. I've lived here in Bedford County for a long time. I remember when 2 elementary schools were being built in Bedford County, and then there were comparisons done, and the public then realized that we as Bedford County were paying millions of dollars more for our schools as they were being built than neighboring counties were. I remember that we built a school with a curved front so that students would feel welcome and feel as if they were being welcomed with open arms into the school as they were coming into their school day, which again was wasteful spending of other people's money. My son was the first kindergarten class of Thomas Jefferson Elementary School. It's a beautiful school, but it's one in which there is another waste of taxpayers' money to include a minimum of a 2-story high foyer and a long main hallway, and now it costs us more money to keep that area heated. It's true that none of you were on the board when those decisions were made. But I have witnessed project proposals and purchases come before the school board this year in which you were presented only 1 bid for the projects, and it was my interpretation that that had become status quo. But a few of you, and one in particular, Mr. Daniels, challenged that practice, and hundreds of thousands of dollars were saved. After all, we would never allow such status quo methods to dictate decisions in our own personal life when we were spending our own money, just getting the first bid that came along and taking it. I'm asking you to work with the Board of Supervisors to equalize the tax rate. Some of you support the proposed tax hike on citizens that had no part for the decisions of the board in the past, as you haven't as well. But this includes those on fixed incomes who are already suffering due to the impact of this economy and inflation. Most of you would never sign on to the Biden student loan bailout. That would be requiring taxpayers to pay for the decisions that they made apart from the one that they're asking to pay for. But that's what you're asking the taxpayers to do for the historical poor decisions of the board. I'm asking you to reprioritize the budget, which may include some administrative cuts. It seems like it's a very top-heavy, and I know that you've been presented that by other speakers in past meetings, that the costs seem very cost-heavy. I am asking you to be responsible and make cuts. Investigate the budgets given to each department, and never use the word just, like it's just going to save us that much, or it's just that much, so let's put it in the budget. So both ways. I'm asking you to consider both ways. When I was a teacher in a public school system, not this one, but one neighboring, I remember a time, it was at the end of the school year, and our department chair came to me and said, you need to spend money because if you don't spend it, it's not going to be budgeted for us next year. And so then we were just asked to look through catalogs and buy anything, whether we needed it or not, for the fear that maybe we would need that money next year and it wouldn't be budgeted for us. I don't know if that's the way Bedford County works, but I'm asking you to at least look at that policy, and that's one thing that could be very practically changed. If you've got money left over at the end, that doesn't mean that we're not going to budget that amount for you next year. Right now, Bedford County is spending $14,347.04 per student, and the proposal would raise that to $15,338.65 per student. And it's very easy to spend someone else's money. It's an easier decision to make. And I just want to end with the words of my favorite Board of Supervisor here in Bedford County: the government ain't your sugar daddy. Every dollar that we spend, we take from someone else. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Harvey. One more slot. Anyone else would like to speak this evening? Okay, not seeing anyone, I will close public comment. moving on to item 7. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
I have a motion by Mr. Hill. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Nelms. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Consent agenda is approved. Okay, now we're going to move on to item 8, where we're going to pick up with reports and informational items not addressed. So we'll pick up there with 3.03, third quarter financial review. Dr. Bergen?
Yeah, we can go straight to Mr. Hagler. He's the information the full board is about to receive. He's already reviewed with the Budget and Finance Committee earlier this week. Mr. Hagler?
Yes, good evening. Here to present the third quarter forecast. Taking data as of March 31st and trying to project out how we're going to stand at the end of the year to see if we have any issues that we have to address on the revenue or expenditure side, and also looking at all of our funds. As Dr. Bergen mentioned on Monday, went over this presentation, and later on in the meeting there are some supplemental and category transfers that we've reviewed also, and went through all this data with the committee. On the revenue side, not a lot of changes from what I presented in the second quarter, which was ending December 31st. Things are coming along about the same as what I expected. We're doing very well in the sales tax. That continues to come in better than expected. And also you can see in state funds on basic aid, we're coming in better than expected on that also. So the projected supplementals also include category transfers and anything that we're projecting on there. So after some of those supplementals are approved tonight, this also included supplementals from the prior board meetings that I've already taken to the Board of Supervisors, and those have been approved, expecting that our revenue to come in about $1.5 million ahead of budget on the revenue side. So we're looking very strong on the revenue side. Not much has changed. I will say this on the sales tax, our board approved in the previous meeting $910,000 supplemental appropriation to bring in sales tax for our operating fund for several different categories. At the Board of Supervisors, they redirected that money towards the maintenance reserve fund for projects. So there's things in this, especially on category transfer and on the expenditure side. I'll speak to that because there's some things that we have to move around to make sure we can bring in our operating budget this year of things I identified from the second quarter. Any questions on the revenue side of what I'm presenting tonight? Okay. As I said, not a lot of changes on the revenue side, still coming in very strong. I don't see any issues bringing in the budget for this year. On the expenditure side, there were some changes. So to deal with the $910,000 that was not approved by the Board of Supervisors, there are some things that we're going to have to move around. Later on, there's three supplemental appropriations later tonight. One or two grants. Smaller grants that I'll be bringing forward, but also, as you saw on the revenue side, one is for $400,000 of sales tax to be recognized. That money, that $400,000 from sales tax, will be directed towards the technology fund. So let me speak to that real quick. Last year, we typically buy our replacement cycle for our teacher computers in the year before when we deploy them. So usually we're buying the teacher computers for next year about this time and working on those over the summer. There was a grant available for us to go after to help pay for the current year teacher computers. And so, but part of the stipulation is you could not purchase them before the year began, and you had to get them out in the same year. So we postponed buying that replacement cycle last year. I mentioned this to the board last year, and we were going to use leftover funds or additional state money to do 2 cycles in 1 year, and that's kind of what we're facing right now. So the $400,000 going to technology is to allow us to replace 2 cycles in 1 year, where normally we do 1, because we did not do 1 last year. One of the grants later in the meeting is for $120,000 to help us pay for that, and so by postponing that, we were able to get $120,000 towards the replacement cycle for computers and staff. So when you look at, there is money being moved around on a category transfer, and that's probably the biggest thing I'll discuss tonight and letting the board know on that, because it will have implications for next year's budget. We're going to have to probably go back and look at some of our projections in the maintenance fund primarily, and kind of reforecast some things And that, I think, will have impacts on the budget that we're going to have to revisit before we finalize the budget. After category transfers and the supplemental appropriations, as you can see, projecting to come in about $450,000 under budget on the expenditure side. That combined with the revenue, about a $2 million ending balance. And as in past, that balance would go towards one-time expenditures. I'd probably bring that back to the board and recommend that goes back to the maintenance reserve fund for capital expenditures. Main reason for the balance being probably that high for this year. Normally, I don't see them that high, but the last few years, the sales tax has just come in a lot better than what the state projected and where I build my budget. So we don't go out and necessarily just spend that down. We have that ending balance so we can reappropriate for things that are very needed on the capital side. So, so good news on that side. I don't see any, on a cash basis, I don't see any issue bringing the budget in this year. I will say on the maintenance side, as you look at this, it's my recommendation with a category transfer. It's probably more than we need, but I want to make sure I can bring the year in with having to come back. About $1 million transfer into the maintenance fund, and that's a category transfer that's going to be later in the meeting. Speak a little bit about that. With that $900,000, there was some of that money going into maintenance, so that supplemental did not go through. So how do I get more money into maintenance? Because there were some items in there that were running that were coming in higher than expected. In the third quarter, I saw electrical and heating go up more than expected. So from December, when I took the data, till March, I saw those come in at a much higher rate than anticipated. I look back to make sure we were accounting for the proper months. There weren't double months or anything that had carried over from the previous year, and there weren't. I think as all of us experienced our January surprise from the December electrical bills, where we had a very, very cold December, and no matter what our set points were at, those things were running constantly. And so those bills didn't come in until late January and didn't come into my second quarter forecast. So I would say the surprise there was on the electrical and also on the heating side that caused me to go up. I'm asking for more money to be put into maintenance to bring in this year's budget. But you cannot put a blind eye to that. We're going to have to address that for next year's budget if it's going to continue to run at that. We are doing more analysis on that. Where the set points set, we set those appropriately, but we're going to continue to do more analysis so when we come back to the budget, we can give board some more details on these two line items. So I wanted to speak a little bit more detail on that because that's the thing that causes to probably $400,000 to $500,000 more than what I was thinking of moving into there on the second quarter. With that, I know that's a lot of information, but I'd be happy to answer any questions on that, but that's what we're seeing on the expenditure side. Yes, sir.
The electrical, was there a rate change that happened in the beginning of the year?
I did this analysis on Friday, so we'll bring that back. I don't remember hearing anything on that, in the news cycle, but we're looking into that, and I'll have more information for the board on that as soon as I can. So that's what I'm saying. We're doing more analysis. Is it a permanent? Was it a something on there? So I don't want to over adjust on next year's budget if there's some reason that it came in a lot higher temporarily. But I don't want to also turn a blind eye and have a budget shortfall next year that we're trying to scramble to deal with either. So it does need to be addressed. So I'll have more data on this when we get back into budget. There's also what we're seeing on inflation, our repair and replace line and contracted services. That's what I was seeing in the second quarter. That's still high in the third quarter. And that's another area we're going to have to address in the maintenance line. Things are just costing more. And so those lines are not set, they're not high enough to deal with what we're seeing. So we're probably going to have to address those lines also. So just showing you, where the numbers are coming in and where I'm projecting at this point. We still have 3 months to go. Don't know if I'm going to need all this. If we don't need it, we're not going to spend it. But this is what I'm recommending that we move into maintenance tonight. Any other questions on that? Behind that, there's more details on each of those major categories as I present to you all the time. It's not up on the screen, but on board docs, it's there for the board members to look at. So if you scroll, I'm going to go to the last page. Presentations up here to talk about our other funds. Nutrition fund. This might be the only time you ever hear me say running in the red is a good thing. So, but as the nutrition fund has gone up with its funds in the previous years, I've spoken to the board about that. The state's requiring us to spend that money down. So you can see we're in the red. We are starting to spend that money down, and we'll continue to do so. Suzanne Quisenberry presented some documentation both to the Finance Committee, I think some to the facilities, and we presented to the state on how we were going to spend that money down. We got their approval earlier this week. So that's been a long process. You had to tell them what you're going to do, your plan, and they had to approve that. So they've approved that, but we've already started buying equipment and still have equipment on order and things to do on that front. So still some work to do on that. But a healthy bounce nonetheless. So beginning balance was 3.4 million, 3 million in there right now. We probably need to get that down to about a $2 million range. That's where the state's targeting us. Maybe even a little bit less than that. But still in good shape overall on the funds that we have available to run our nutrition fund. Any questions on the nutrition fund? Okay. Textbook fund. We've started buying the textbooks finally that I had money reserved for. So projecting that the ending balance on textbook will be about $1 million, about the same as what we began with. State funding coming in there. You can see the local appropriation of $100,000 next year's budget. Your preliminary budget that you approved, that would go up to $200,000. So when those large adoptions come through, we have money set aside, and it's not a scramble to try to find the money to do those in the future. So textbook fund looks in good shape at this point. Maintenance reserve fund. Boy, this fund is really getting fun to analyze. Usually the operating fund takes a lot of time. This is becoming more, thank you, Barry, more problematic just because of receivables, timing differences, and bringing money for the CARES Act. But what I was trying to get at is to show the board, as of March 31st, my estimate at this point is $4.7 million unallocated towards projects. All the other monies and funds that are receivables or money that's in there is set aside for projects that have already been approved and we're in process and working on. So that money can be assigned to projects for the upcoming year. We will have additional funds coming in next year for projects also, and we can talk about that during the budget process. But ultimately on our CIP, approval from the board, anything that we go out for bid on or any project the board will approve before we do that. And we do have our list of projects for next year, but I know we're still working on that and waiting for information back from the county before we move forward with some of those things. And then finally, very good news, self-insured health fund. We're having a fabulous year on this. Thank you, Barry. Started the beginning balance at $5.3 million in our reserve to pay claims and for medical, dental insurance and pharmacy. It's currently at 6.9. We've seen a tremendous increase there. We've had very, very few high dollar claims this year. Very abnormal year. So those reserves are there for those years that you don't have such a good year. But this just gives further backing towards our decision to go out with a 0% increase on our premium next year. And if you look at the 5-year run rate for Bedford County, 4 of those years we had 0, 1 year we had 5%. And it'd be hard to find any other industry or business that's running that well. So once again, people want to pat me on the back. It's our employees that are, watching their health and doing things and working with us together on this plan that's driving this. So if this continues to happen, I would hope to bring back recommendations from our consultants and also for me to maybe enrich our plan somewhat so that help our employees and give this money back to our employees if we continue to run at this rate. So we're looking at those ideas even for next year. So be happy to answer any questions you might have on these 4 funds that I presented here. Overall, very good news. I don't see any problem bringing in the budget and maintenance. It's just a category transfer, and that's for this board approved. It's the supplementals that have to go over to the Board of Supervisors. And I'll talk about those a little bit more later in the meeting. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Aguilar. Moving on to 3.04, elementary class sizes. Dr. Bergen.
Yes, Madam Chair, this topic tonight is a follow-up requested by the administration with the board from the last time we were together on March 9. We were talking about staffing standards. As an outcome of tonight's discussion, we're going to be looking for some direction from the board on how the board would like us to both define and address large elementary class sizes. We spent a lot of time throughout this last school year on this topic, dealing with things as they were brought to our attention, and I want to do a little more forward planning with the board about just how big is too big and how we want to address that. So we've worked very hard at creating some data. Dr. Woodford's going to walk you through a presentation that we've worked as an executive team together, and we have some proposed solutions that we want to engage in some conversation. So Dr. Woodford.
Good evening, Madam Chairperson and fellow board members. At the March 14th budget work session, the board discussed changes to the approved staffing standards. Based upon that discussion, I would like to share some information about elementary class sizes and options for the board to consider as we continue through the spring and our final budget development. As a reminder, our current elementary staffing standard says that we will have one full-time equivalent teaching position for every 21 students in average daily membership in grades K through 3, one FTE teaching position for every 22 students in average daily membership for grades 4 and 5. And then at last month's budget work session, it was added that no multi-age classrooms in any elementary school would be added to those staffing standards. The preliminary budget calculations presented at that work session did not include enough teachers to cover the added prevention of multi-age classrooms. So the executive team has been looking at areas to support this change to the standards. Also, I'd just like to note there is information in red at the bottom of this slide. That information is based on prior discussions the board had in November of 2022 regarding the ideal individual elementary class size. The discussion ended with a consensus from the board that an aide would be added to any elementary classroom that had more than 26 students. At that time, the board was clear about their concern with larger class sizes, but also recognized in their discussion that we had COVID learning loss money for this year to assist with this staffing addition, and that the position would not continue into the 2023-24 school year. However, as I present options in the next few slides, I am going to base some of my calculations on that class size greater than 26, as the board has considered that a concern for them, classes larger than that. The executive team has discussed two options to address the additional costs that will be needed to be accounted for with staffing standard adjustments. We can fund more teachers in the final budget, or we can consider looking at policy JCD, which is zone transfer request limitations or revocations, and enforce a policy that we already have in our policy manual. I'm going to talk a little bit more in depth about each of these options and if it will save money or if it will cost money, and try to give you some figures with that. First, I'd like to give you just a quick reminder that funding from the state is based on the Standards of Quality, or SOQ, funded positions. The Bedford County Public Staffing Standard is much more generous than the state standards. By using the state SOQ maximums in classrooms, some of our smaller schools would have larger class sizes at some grade levels. The standard of quality for elementary class sizes is listed on this slide, and it's based on division-wide ratios of students in our average daily memberships. For instance, the first part of that standard is 24-1 in a kindergarten class with no class larger than 29 students. If the average daily membership in any kindergarten class exceeds 24, then a full-time aide is assigned to that class. Second, 24-1 in grades 1, 2, and 3, with no class size being larger than 30. 25-1 in grades 4 through 6, with no class being larger than 35. That leeway in the state does give average daily memberships just like we use in our ratios, but it does allow for class sizes up to 30 in grades 1, 2, and 3, and 35 in grades 4, 5, and 6. Again, based on discussions the board had in November of 2022, we know that larger class sizes are a concern for the board. And again, for the past 2 years, we've been able to use ESSER funding to lower class sizes. And at the height of pandemic recovery, we added almost 20 positions to our budget using COVID money. In anticipation that that money would soon be ending, we lowered that to 10 additional positions for this school year, and our plan is to have no additional positions for next school year using ESSER funding. So continuing to add teachers to predominantly smaller schools is really not sustainable unless we find additional funding in our budget. So therefore, we have the two options you can consider. The first one is that the board could reconsider budget priorities for the 2023-24 school year and slot the funding of more teachers as a higher priority than other items mentioned at the budget work session. The current staffing standards are, again, based on average daily membership. This formula is applied to projected enrollment, which defines a school's allocation. To meet the changes to the standards mentioned at the last work session, and to keep all classrooms lower than 27, we would need to fund 14 additional teachers at a cost of $1,064,000, or add aides to each of those classrooms for an estimated cost of $378,000. Should the board continue to limit class sizes to under 27, and this is the direction that the board provides to executive staff, then we will ask you to codify this in our current staffing standards, meaning that we would add that caveat of 27, no more than 27 in a classroom. Based on current enrollment figures, we would need to add the following number of FTEs: 2 at Stewartsville, 2 at Big Island, 1 at New London, 3 at Otter River, 3 at Huddleston, 2 at Moneta, and 1 at Boonesboro. As a note, our Title I schools have been using most of their additional funding allocations for additional teachers. However, if we fund additional teachers at non-Title I schools, we are required by law to give that same level of funding to all schools in the school division. So that's why these numbers are fairly high. Another option that you might want to consider as you move into finalizing the budget is to consider what policy JCD states about school zone transfers. We currently have a very flexible school zone transfer policy and allow transfers unless a school reaches 90% or more of their capacity. Currently, the board voted to close 3 schools to zone transfer requests for next year: New London Academy, Forest Elementary, and Boonesboro Elementary. Based on policy JCD, the board could also close a school to transfers based on constraints of the school, constraints of the grade level, or constraints of an individual classroom. Per current board policy, but not current practice, zone transfer requests could be revoked if factors necessitated. One factor that could be considered is if a zone transfer request pushes a class over 26, which by our previous discussions would be concerning for the board, we could consider rescinding the transfer or denying a new transfer request. So to explain this a little bit better, I've got 2 examples that I think will help illustrate this. My first example is Moneta Elementary. The first thing I would like you to look at is, if you're reading the graph from left to right, we start with the class size per grade level for this current school year. So I'm using actual numbers and actual transfer data. Then you will see at the top Bedford Primary, Bedford Elementary, Goodview, Huddleston, Montvale, and out-of-county transfers. Associated, and there are numbers underneath there associated with grade levels. These numbers under these schools reflect the number of zone transfers. So to clarify, in the column labeled Bedford Primary, there are 2 approved zone transfer requests coming from Bedford Primary to Moneta in 1st grade. If all of those approvals that we have currently at Manita, which total 48 zone transfers, were revoked, the updated class sizes would be the numbers on the right in the last column. Based on the zone transfers approved, you can see that class sizes were hovering on the borderline between being very reasonable to suddenly having too many students in a classroom. With 48 students removed from the transfers, the allotment of teachers would lower, but it would also lower the large class sizes for individual classrooms. For instance, third grade, which is at 26 current students in their class, they would lose 2 of their zone transfers and their class size would be 24, much more reasonable according to what the board would like to see in a classroom. In some other grade levels, you might see a significant change. For instance, right now in kindergarten, there are 31. If we were to remove those 9 zone transfers, we would have a kindergarten class of 22. Another example is Otter River. You can see the class sizes per grade level again in the second column, reading from left to right. Again, we have a list of which school students have come from on a zone transfer request and what grade level they impact at Otter River. If all of those approvals were revoked, the updated class sizes would be the numbers you see on the right. Based on the zone transfers approved, you can see that class sizes were hovering again on the borderline between what we would consider a good class size to what we would consider a class size that's too large. Specifically, this year we've spent a lot of time talking about the first grade class at Otter River that has 28 students in it. If we would have removed the approved transfers, this class would have been lowered to 23 students, which would be within an acceptable limit for the board and what you have voiced as acceptable. What we're asking for the board to think about and to provide to the executive team is really some guidance on the direction you would like for us to pursue as we attempt to try to bring you back a balanced budget for next year to consider your priorities. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have about this information.
Daniels?
Just to be clear, in Bedford County, we exceed the positions, the SOQ positions for student size, right?
We do. We do
Right.
much better than the SOQs,
Right.
correct.
And anytime we do that, that is funded locally. We get no state money for that.
Correct.
Okay. And in these larger classrooms where there's full-time aides, unless it's a special needs classroom, we are also paying for that with local funds. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, I just want to make sure that's clear to the public that we are exceeding, there's a cost to that, but the cost-benefit analysis we feel is worth it for our students. Okay, just want to be clear.
There's
Dr. Woodford, thank you for your report on this data. I'm curious as to and would like to request information on actually the total number of students in our elementary schools at, in terms of those that have gotten transferred. So I kind of want to see division-wide with the elementary schools, all of them.
I can give you that. I have that in front of me.
Okay.
So we have a total of 3,942 elementary students, and 387 students have approved zone transfer request. If you would like it school by school, how many transfer requests are going, would you like it school by school too?
I would.
Okay.
I would.
We have 51 approved requests at Bedford Elementary.
Okay.
Now, can I ask, is this coming from Bedford Elementary or going to Bedford Elementary?
These are going to Bedford Elementary.
51.
51. We have 16 going to Bedford Primary. We have 11 going to Big Island, 11 going to Boonesboro, 27 going to Forest Elementary, 69 going to Goodview Elementary, 6 going to Huddleston Elementary, 49 going to Manita Elementary, 15 going to Montvale Elementary, 18 going to New London Academy, 25 going to Otter River Elementary, 18 going to Stewartsville, and 71 going to Thomas Jefferson Elementary.
71?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, I don't know whether you have this information or not, but I'm just wondering, are all of these numbers that you gave me are students who are Bedford County Public School students? They are not students that have been granted approval from outside of our county?
No, that includes those two, and if you'll give me a second, I can tell you how many total. So 36 are outside of our zone, outside of Bedford County. I apologize. Most of those are employees who are coming in to work for us, and they're bringing their children with them. We have very few students who pay tuition. There are a couple. Mark and I were trying to think, we think there's maybe 4 who pay tuition to come in, but the rest are all employee students.
I'm going to ask you about the tuition students, so you were thinking along my line here. Okay, I think that's all my questions for now.
Questions for Dr. Woodford? Ms. Jill?
So by enforcing this policy for zone transfers, this will solve the problem for other schools that we have too many kids in.
Well, I think what we would want some guidance on is, do we do that by school, based on if it can make a difference in class sizes? I think that what we see in our smaller schools, if we would revoke those school transfer requests, we possibly could get those numbers lower. Remembering that those kids all go back to another school. In most of the places that we've looked, we've kind of done a reset. We've looked at where they're going back to. Most of the time, coming and going, it kind of evens out. But, as an example, that Otter River classroom that we were so concerned about, we had parents who were concerned about revoking, even if we just revoked those 5 in that one classroom, we would have gotten that class size down to a manageable size. So I think the options, we could be as fine-tuned as possible. We could close the school to zone transfers and send everyone back out. We could just look at classrooms that are hovering on those class sizes that will require another teacher. If there's so many in there that they already have the teacher and it's not really affecting it. I think we could do a variety of things to, our attempt would try to be to disrupt as few families as possible. Out
of those 36 students that are outside of Bedford County, what schools are those affecting?
There are a few at each. So there are 2 at Bedford Elementary, 1 at Big Island, 4 at Boonesboro, 7 at Forest Elementary, 3 at Huddleston, 3 at Manita, 1 at Montvale, 2 at New London, 4 at Otter River, 1 at Stewartsville, and 8 at Thomas Jefferson. Now, I will say one thing we have considered about outside, if a teacher or a staff member is bringing their child to the to the school they're working at, that's different than, let's say, I work at Stanton River High School and I want to bring my child to an elementary school that feeds into the Stanton River High School, we could then say, this school is closed, but you can take your child to this Stanton River school. So we could have some adjustment for employees who don't actually work in that school building. They're just picking a school in the zone that they're working, if that makes some sense. Those numbers are not as big really as just the actual transfers.
These examples that you gave, have you had the opportunity, and I know I'm asking a lot, but have you had the opportunity to work those up for all the schools?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there any way that we could look at those? Because my question, it's because I know just recently we passed where siblings can go together. We're trying to keep everybody together. But what would be, if this were to be a route that we were to explore, what's going to be the best way to wean it off? Do we let families that have started with the zone transfers finish up until they go to middle school, or how that would affect? So if there's any way that you could possibly send that to us so we can look at it and have more information?
I can, and I'll give a little bit of description when I send it. We've done it 2 different ways in the same chart. We have current number of students by grade level at every elementary school. Then right underneath that, we have the numbers if we just removed all of the transfer requests, just took them out of the school and sent them back to their base schools. But then we also just did a reset. So, and the data was getting fairly complicated. So when I say a reset, so you'll understand when you see the data, basically we put everybody back at their home schools to say, if we required you to go to your home school, what would the enrollment in that school look like? And would that solve some of our issues that we've discussed with redistricting at, let's say, New London Academy? If there weren't so many transfers, would that make a difference? So I can send you that, and we'll be happy to send it to you later tonight or tomorrow so you can look at it.
Thank you very much. Anyone else have anything further? Thank you, Judge.
Yeah, I do on this topic before we leave it. Yeah, so this is a complex web. I mean, we've looked at this data pretty hard as a team. We've been pouring over this. Just for context, I've lived in a number of places. When I raised my two boys where we were living at the time, you went to school where you bought your house. There was no zone transfers. I am not here advocating that we eliminate zone transfers. It's worked for this community for a long time, but it varies from one county to the next. Whether or not you can put your child somewhere, just pick a school. And our concerns are not at secondary. Our middle schools are sufficiently large enough, and our high schools, it's balancing out. We're not having this concern. This is strictly an elementary school issue for us, and it's really narrowly an issue for us in the smaller the school. Because when you only have one teacher at a grade level and you bring in zone we gave a couple of examples where we would only have one first grade teacher or one, pick a grade teacher. But because we have zone transfers, we end up just tipping over that point where we got to hire a second teacher, and we end up with 2 classrooms of 12 and 13 or 14 and 15, which is great for the 12 and 13 and 14 kids, but it's not sustainable from a budget point of view. That's our real problem today that I'd like to solve as we go into next school year. So the policy allows for a judicious use of not approving and or revoking existing zone transfers. I've only been here 18 months, but I don't think we've done much of that in Bedford County. So if we were to do it, we would be very judicious. We would do it not across the school, but we do it at a targeted grade level where there was a concern about we just didn't have enough kids to make 2. This is really going to be in the smaller schools, not in the larger elementaries. That's one way to solve, but let's start with, I said what I'm looking for from the board is direction on just how big is too big. So we talked a lot last year. My recollection was we sort of landed on 26. 27 is just one too many. Mr. Daniels asked a question, I wanted to go back to it. The state of Virginia says you can have 35 kids in a 4th or 5th grade classroom. I'm not advocating for that. State of Virginia says you can have 30 kids in a first, second, and third grade classroom. I'm not advocating for that either. But we don't have a number defined in our standards. We have a school-wide average, how we determine, how many staff we assign, but then, Ms. Hairston, you remember back in the day when you were principal, you got to figure out how you're going to split those teachers up. And sometimes you wish you could cut them in half, but you can't, right? And so one grade level ends up being a little bigger than you want it to be because another grade level you're able to reduce the class sizes. So I'd like some direction from the board, just how big is too big, and I'd like to put it in our staffing standard because it's not in there. Is 26 the number? We're not going to be bigger than 26 because then we've defined, I know what I'm working with, and then when we hit 27, we either have to hire another teacher, and if we did that every time we hit that number, we've shown you we're going to need to find $1 million in operating budget every year. Or we're going to have to do this. We're going to have to remove some kids who have been in the school, which is a difficult thing and a very emotional thing and something I'm not really relishing or wanting to do, but we have a problem to solve. These are two options for the board's consideration, and I'm looking for some discussion from the board about these and some direction.
Is there any way we can revisit the staffing standards and revisit this situation based on, we stated that we did not want multi-age classrooms. Can we add that as an option? I mean, we're looking at $1 million. I don't think we can afford $1 million added to our budget at this time.
You can revisit anything that the majority wants to do. Yes, ma'am.
Multi-classrooms, I hate to hear that that's being brought up again, but of course, each board member has the right to revisit. But I can assure you that multi-grade classrooms are not in the best interest of our students. And I would think that as a board, that should be our priority, is to ensure that we're providing our students with the best possible education that we can give them. And I know firsthand, and believe me, the staff worked extremely hard and we used every resource that we had available. But at the end of the day, it was not an ideal model for our students. So I will not retract my stance on multi-grade classrooms. They do not work.
Well, I was just going to say, I mean, this is not a fix to the immediate problem, but instead of having zone transfers, just kind of wide open, but from here on out, only, base them on these numbers. Say, oh, well, we'll allow 3 at this school this year, 6 at this one, whatever, instead of having kind of a free-for-all,
I hear you, Mr. Holbrook, and we can, moving forward, say new requests, but we already have a problem where we have any number of classrooms and any number of schools that are over that tipping point now. And we've given you just 2 examples, but we've looked at every grade level at every school. And if we were to, before we go any further in doing that, I just wanted to check in with this board because that's not been our practice. It's not been our practice. We've been very liberal with zone transfers. You want your kid to go to a different school? The answer is yes. Except for what we named 3 schools, Dr. Woodford, New London, Forest, and Boonesboro are close to transfers. But that leaves all the other schools are open to transfers. So if the board has the appetite for it, the real problem we have going in as we plan for next school year is we could look at specific schools, specific grade levels, count the hairs on the heads, and just say, we're going to have to revoke some zone transfers for some kids because it's just put us in a position where we're going to have to hire additional staff. Whereas we can accommodate the families who purchased a home in that zone, we can accommodate them, but the zone transfers is what's tipping us, and tell those families, we can consider a zone transfer to a different school, or of course you always have the right, and your first option for any citizen would be your kid goes to school where you bought your home, you know, in your zone.
So this information has, I mean, it's been brought to us tonight for the very first time. So Dr. Bergen, are you asking for the board to give you direction tonight and suggestions tonight?
No, but we are going to, thank you for the clarification. Next month, I would like for the board to answer those two questions for us, the direction. How many is too many? Let's put it in the staffing standard. And how do you want to address it? Do you want to address it with, you know, we brought two options here tonight. Do you want to consider it? That's why I want to have some discussion here first, Mrs. Harrison, so that next month we can come back with, you know, how does the board want to address it?
I'd like to address, Mr. Holbrook, you ask about, you know, kind of pulling back now. Mr. Hagler and I actually talked about the budget implication if we were to say, okay, let these students finish out through 5th grade. Then the impact is we're starting at $1 million each year and kind of backing off, but we'll have several years that we still would have to add teachers while we watch those numbers. And I think that's kind of what we're trying to do. We're trying to get enough information to bring you good numbers when we're finalizing the budget. And I think, you know, Mr. Nelms, you brought up multi-age. I think if there's a great concern about multi-age classrooms, is a better alternative maybe more students in a same grade classroom instead of limiting us there. We're just throwing out things for you to think about, things we're trying to think about as we are trying to bring you a budget with your priorities addressed, and also trying to be very conscious of the money that we have available. So we're really open to any idea. I think our goal tonight was to make sure as we're putting all of this data together, we give you good data and good numbers.
So, a couple comments. I would hate to see that we take away a perk from our teachers to allow them to put their children in the schools that they want them in our county. That is a perk for our teachers. So that is a concern that we would go take that away. Two, from what I'm understanding, this is a concern at small schools. I don't understand, and I hear the number, I think 71 at TJ. Well, TJ is not a capacity issue. So why would we go move 71 students out of a larger school that there are no capacity issues? So, you know, don't affect kids where we don't need to affect kids. Question of the multi-grade classrooms or multi-age, is that what you're calling them? If we were to say, okay, not what we really want, and the majority of the board has said that, but Mr. Nelms brought it back up, how does that help us at the smaller schools? Would it help us to not have to say, sorry, you can't come here? I just want to understand, do we see it where we would have to implement it in a majority of our smaller schools, or is it just one school or two schools, and that would be an option to say, hey, Mr. or Mrs. Parent, we're going to let you come here, but I need you to understand your child is going to be part of this classroom. And then it's up to the parent where they stay at the elementary school of their choice or they take them back to their home elementary. But I don't see where we would want to interrupt kids that we don't have a capacity issue. If there's 100 kids that want to go to a larger school, then we allow those kids to go to that school and we bring teachers with those based on head count. But I need to understand, how does that change? If you were to get that change, where could we implement it?
So for that zone transfer discussion, we would only suggest to the board in schools that it was causing an issue where we're either forcing ourselves into having to mix grade levels or having to put another teacher in. When you look at the smaller schools, there's a lot of advantages to being in a small school, but when you look at a class of, let's say, a kindergarten class of, that's not a good example. Hold on, I'm trying to find a good one. Okay, so a fourth grade class of 27. If the board is saying 27 is just not appealing, and we split that in a small school, then you're giving, you know, two fairly small classrooms there. You're getting like a 13 and a 14. So in our smaller schools, by adding that influx of staff, you are getting very small small class sizes. But then those schools that are larger, they're still at 19, 20, 21 per class. And because they're larger, they can handle a capacity of 2 or 3 additional students. Since our last meeting, I kind of gone back to do a little research on multi-age, and I was here as a supervisor when we were doing that, and it was tough. But I do think one of the things we lacked at that time was providing some runway for us to be prepared and some training for our teachers. I think no matter it's difficult decisions, when you put a lot of teachers in small schools, you're having class sizes of 12, 13. And then you've got your kids in your larger schools in classes of 23, 24. So, smaller schools cost more, and that's where you're putting it, is into your staffing.
Yes, Ms. Harrison.
Dr. Woodford, if you could elaborate for me regarding multi-grade in your statement in terms of there being a lack of preparation. So can you elaborate on that? What exactly preparation do you think would be needed to make it an effective model to use?
So I have just been trying to do a little research just to be sure that, I think I was asked at the last meeting kind of what I thought, and I wanted to kind of see recent research. I think we would, maybe the way we're grouping students, I know that the last time we moved to some multi-age, it was kind of at the end of summer. It was very quick for principals, and you're trying to decide where your kids go. I think we would really have to think and bring our teachers in about the formation of those classes. If you're mixing a third and a fourth grade class, your highest third graders, maybe with your kids who are at core range there, or some just interesting scheduling, like maybe you have a teacher that's teaching second, third, and fourth grade math, where maybe the class sizes are a little larger, but you're rotating so their core classes are smaller, but maybe they go to resource as a larger class. So I think maybe some creative scheduling is what I'm seeing in some research, so that math and English, science, and history classes are smaller, while some of the other classes like resource classes are larger. And then
it's a bit different than a regular subject area classroom.
Right. Right.
Because that's very common to have multi-grades maybe in a resource classroom.
Right. But and I think too that I think elementary teachers do a great job of leveling reading and leveling math groups. So going in purposeful with that. I don't think we should put kindergartners in a multi-age because we don't know them well enough. So I think we really have to look at the data of where they're at, where their strengths are, where their weaknesses are. So I think if we did end up going that way, if that's what the board chose, that we're just discussing it, that's the only reason I'm talking about it. I think the instruction team would do some very specific work in helping those teachers, getting some training. There is some online training and some in-person training that we could look at.
I would be very interested in looking at the data and the resources that you have spent the time looking at that supports multi-grade.
And I'm saying it's data on how do we make it work.
Yeah, I'd be very interested, be willing to come and sit down with you.
Okay.
And can you also include me in that as well?
Go ahead and hit all of us.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just for clarity, or would you like us to just create a staff report for the next board meeting on that? Or do you want us to schedule offline meetings with you in pairs or individually between now and the next board meeting?
Staff report bring it back again as a staff report because it's not, we have too many questions.
Dr. Whitford, I would like to include too, if we were to go that route, how does the dollar amount change? So right now you're telling me you need $1.06 million added to the budget. I'm telling you right now, I'm not for that.
Well, I can tell you what we would say is if you were to remove the no multi-age classroom, then we're going back to our staffing standards, which is how we give FTEs. And I think the decision then has to go to the principal to say, I have this many FTEs.
How do I make it work?
How do I make it work?
Okay.
So I could tell you right now, making it work either by using those SOQ high limits for classroom, or somehow arranging the schedule to possibly mix some levels of reading, math, science, and history would be what we've already presented in the budget. So it wouldn't be more of a cost. It's also not going to be a cost savings because we're going to follow the SOQ that we already.
The dollar amount would stay the same. You
That's
wouldn't be coming
correct.
to us asking for more.
No, sir.
Or for us to cut from somewhere else to fund 1.06. Okay, thank you.
Any more questions?
Just wanted to respond to, Mr. Hill saying, why would we remove kids from a school where we had capacity? We wouldn't. We'd be, I'd say, very judicious, whichever direction the board provides, whether that's, what we present here tonight was, use the policy as written. Zone transfers, if there's a concern in a particular grade level, a particular school that's tipping us to having to create another classroom section, that would be the only grade level in that school that we'd be looking at zone transfer requests. We wouldn't be doing it blanket. We have not quite 400 elementary school children. We just look at them one at a time, each child individually and the impact that transfer's having. And there was a comment or two here about staff and bringing their children. We could tweak the policy to say that that's going to have priority over anything else in a zone transfer request.
I want to avoid, the way it was presented to me, it was all schools, all policy. So it sounds like we're changing a little bit, and that's fine. But there's no need to affect kids when you don't have to affect them. So let's create a policy that, here's where we need it. This is where what we could implement and understand how it affects the schools that are taking it above that number.
And I'm sorry if I misspoke during the presentation. Our suggestion would be for schools that the numbers are forcing us to either add teachers. So it would primarily be the smaller schools. When I was saying that I had data on a reset where everybody goes back, the reason we did that is because we wanted to also be aware that if we sent, 39 students from Manita back to their base schools, what was that effect on the base schools, and were we overcrowding those, which caused another issue? So just for clarity, we would only ask the board to allow us to enforce that policy JCD only if we came into a situation where the FTEs allotted to them were causing an issue with an overcrowded class that would create a multi-age situation, or where we would have to add staff. So I apologize if I
Good
confused
clarification.
it.
But in the same, it's good to communicate with the community because they hear 71 kids are at TJ that should not be there. Well, we have capacity.
Right,
So,
right.
You know, and then you're going to have a smaller school say, well, my school's closed, but 71 people can go. It's just important for folks to understand the reason why Goodview and TJ have additional kids is because we have capacity. Yeah, okay. But thank you, Dr. Woodford, for that presentation.
Questions? Okay, moving on to item 4.01, Carl Perkins Grant. Dr. Bergen?
Yes, Madam Chair. Tonight, Dr. Trosper is going to be sharing with you our plan for using our Perkins funding for next school year. That's funding for students in grades 5 through 12 who are enrolled in CTE courses. As we've shared with the board through some email communications, it's unfortunate we didn't receive the information needed from VDOE until after our last board meeting, and we have a deadline to meet before our next board meeting. So normally what we would do is we'd present our plan for information and then ask you the following month to take action, but tonight, because of constraints that are out of our control, we want to both present our plan for using the Perkins grant and then make a request that the board consider setting aside the 2-meeting cycle and take action tonight so that we can meet the deadline that is required of us from the VDOE. So we've sent you the plan so you could review it in advance, but we're going to go ahead and have Dr. Trost is going to review our plan at this time and then address any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Bergen. So the 2023-24 Perkins grant application is being presented, as Dr. Bergen said, for information and action tonight. And so as we've outlined in the attached application, these funds will be used to support students in grades 5 through 12 enrolled in career and technical education courses. The funds will go towards purchasing equipment and other supplies needed to sustain our CTE programs. And the grant was developed, and thanks to Mr. Haas's efforts, he's worked very hard on this, and I appreciate that. But as he and I have worked together on this, it was developed using a comprehensive local needs assessment with input from schools, and by analyzing performance reports from previous years. Also, Mr. Haas collaborated with other CTE supervisors and directors from surrounding divisions. And so just a few highlights. The performance assessments, which are on page 7, these numbers reflect performance of Bedford County students towards state targets. We have sustained, and we're proud of the fact that we've sustained success over multiple years in Bedford County. As you can see, we've met all targets except for the non-traditionals, but we have shown growth from last year. And just want to note that the data you are seeing is from Bedford County seniors for the 21-22 school year. There was a quick reference guide. There is a lot of abbreviations, and that's due to spacing issues and limitations with the application itself. So we did create that quick reference guide so you understood what that meant. And then finally, there's a budget summary, and that's on page 44. As you can see, we've moved most of our funding to capital outlay and equipment purchases. Purchase services, internal expenses, and other travel funds, we move those to local funds, and that allows us to put more money into equipment and other cost center investments really for long-term success in our CTE programs. So upon approval of the plan, Mr. Haas will meet with CTE department chairs, administrators, and bookkeepers, and we'll make determinations about how to allot specifically to different schools and programs. And then again, once it's approved by the Department of Education, it will be available after July 1st. One more comment before we have questions. I want to mention that April is Workforce Readiness Month. And so this was established to promote the need to identify workforce development opportunities that enable students to be prepared to succeed in this new economy. Our workforce readiness programs that offer training on skill sets that will allow students to be globally competitive. It is also critical that we collaborate with our businesses and our industries and the community and our community college system to ensure that students have early access and opportunity to participate in the workforce readiness program. So again, we are very proud of the work that has been done. We look forward to future growth of CTE in Bedford County. So again, we're going to be also going to be asking you to take action on this as well. And at this time, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Dr. Trosper?
We'll defer to Mr. Hill. I'm sure he's going to ask the question that I was going to ask.
Go ahead.
Okay. When it comes to the equipment that we're purchasing with this, we want to make sure that our staff is trained on the equipment so that we can ensure that we are using it.
Sure.
Is that included somewhere in that as well, not just the purchase, but the teaching of how we should be using it?
Well, I can answer them as far as the students go. There are OSHA standards that students must show competencies in before they can move forward with the courses, so they would certainly be trained in that, and of course that requires staff. So now as far as the specific staff training, I may have to follow up with you on that, but I can assure you students are expected to show competencies in those standards before using it.
One thing that I would ask if we're not doing it is an audit. And what I mean by that is any equipment that we have ordered as they come in, I don't know what the timeline is, I'll let you guys figure that out, but I'd like it audited to make sure we're utilizing that equipment. I'll use an example, and I've shared this with Randy, so I'm not throwing Randy under the bus. He's probably like, oh Lord, here we go. You know, we spent a lot of money on 3D printers. And, you know, I love to see them in use, and there are schools that have them in use, but there are also schools that have them sitting in a corner collecting dust with paper stacked on top of them. That's not good spending money. We need to train it. You know, Randy and I have talked about this. When we're purchasing from somewhere, we need to ask that vendor to provide training. You know, I use the boards that are in our teachers' classrooms. Some teachers absolutely love them. They use them every day. They save it, download it, share it on Chromebooks. I mean, it's the real deal. Other teachers won't even turn it on. They have no clue. They just don't use it. And so I want to make sure, because I love technology, I think you guys know that, but I want to make sure when we're spending dollars, we're following up to make sure we're using it. So I'd like some type of audit, and that's, Randy and I talked about it. It's not just for CTE, it's for anything that we're ordering, any equipment, any new technology, who's training it, require it, you know, even require them to come back 6 months later just to do a follow-up, to make sure we're getting what we're paying for and that we're using it to the fullest, you know, ability. So, thank you. But this is good stuff. So, is there
Anyone else?
So, Madam Chair, due to time urgency and the request of staff, I do ask that we suspend our rules to waiting a month, you know, as far as information and then taking action. I would like to waive those rules and make a motion that we.
Well, first of all, you're making a motion to waive the rule?
Yep.
Okay, I have a motion by Mr. Hill.
Second.
A second by Mr. Nelms. Any discussion?
Well, just for clarification, for what purpose?
Oh, yeah, for the purpose of, because he said because of time urgency with signing the grant.
Yep.
So we're just waiving the rule for the 1 month notification because of the deadline for the grant.
Okay.
Okay?
Just wanted to be clear.
Okay, any further discussion? Okay, call for a vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? The motion to waive the rule is passed. Okay, now, do I have another motion regarding the grant?
Yes, ma'am. Madam Chair, I make a motion that we approve the Carl Perkins grant.
Okay, I have a motion by Mr. Hill for the approval of the Carl Perkins grant. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Hairston. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? That motion carries as well. Okay, moving on to item 4.02, 2022-23 calendar adjustment. Dr. Bergen?
Yeah, so board members, as you're aware, due to a relatively mild winter, Mr. Edwards did not get the opportunity to say, "It's a snow day, baby." So you all may have been contacted by teachers individually or collectively. I know I am when I'm in schools. Teachers have asked, can we modify our calendar as adopted since we have so many built-in days and didn't need them or use them as we have had to in previous years? Can we reduce the number of instructional days at the end of the year? This is totally for the board. It is your adopted calendar. If you would like to modify the calendar, it'd be your prerogative to do so. Not knowing if you do or do not want to modify the calendar, we are bringing you a suggestion about how we could eliminate 2 instructional days. I think do we have that, you're ready to talk through that, aren't you, Karen? Yeah, so I'm gonna ask Dr. Woodford to talk through this option, and then I'm certain we're gonna have some questions about that. So go ahead, Dr. Woodford.
Good evening again, members of the board. As Dr. Bergen just said, the administration at the school board office, administrators at the school level, parents have been asking, and I know that you also have been getting questions regarding a modification to this year's school calendar since we have not used any of our banked snow time. Again, I want to just say this is not a recommendation from the administration regarding a change to the calendar. We are just providing some guidance and some options if the board is interested in changing the calendar. Currently, our seniors' last day of school is Friday, May the 26th, and their graduation is on Saturday, May the 27th. However, all other students are currently supposed to finish their last 2 days of school on Tuesday and Wednesday, May 30th and 31st, with teachers working on Thursday and Friday, June 1st and 2nd, to complete their teacher work days. However, with the fact that we did not have any snow days this school year, and because we have sufficient bank time, and at this point in this point in the school year, at the end of May, all of our end of the year testing will be completed, we could suggest the following modification. The board could vote to have all students finish along with seniors on Friday, May the 26th. And then the teachers' final 2 work days would be on May the 30th and 31st. If the board would like to discuss this, I'm happy to answer any questions. I would ask that if a change to the calendar is desired by the majority of the board, if that decision could be made quickly, it would be really important for us to get that notification out to family so they can plan for a change in the end of the school year schedule. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Questions for Dr. Woodford?
Other than to say that, I certainly think that this is something that our teachers would certainly appreciate, and I would certainly be completely supportive of it. And I wanted to ask, Madam Chairman, can we move this forward, and let's just give the staff an answer and let our teachers
Well, let's address any other questions first. Any other questions?
So what happened to June 1st and 2nd?
Well, what we would be doing is just moving it back. So if students go 2 less days, then we're backing up the 2 teacher work days, I guess. Is that what you're asking me? They would have gone, the teachers would have, their work days, they would have worked with the kids through May 31st, and then they would have had their 2 work days to finish out the school year on June 1st and 2nd. If we back up and students leave earlier, then their 2 work days would also back up, is just the way I looked at it. I mean, we could do something different if that's what the board wishes. Are you asking for 4 work days in that last week?
I'm just, because we were scheduled through the 2nd, so in reality, we're giving teachers 2 additional work days, or not just teachers, but how many employees are we giving 2 additional days? And I'm not saying I'm not for it, I'm just trying to understand what's the impact. So we're taking 2 days, paid days, and giving them 2 employees, is that correct?
For the employees who would finish out their work days, so instructional personnel, so anybody on a 10-month contract.
But if they were work days, 1st and 2nd, they could still take those days off, correct?
Teachers?
Anybody?
If they used personal days, or right, they don't have vacation like 12-month employees, but
So maybe to address your question, Mr. Hill, we can, this is a fluid conversation. Maybe we can make a decision, or the board can have some discussion and decision on whether we want to shorten the number of days that students attend. And then separate from that, if you want to then decide what happens with all the staff. who support students, whether or not you want to shorten their contract year by 2 days or not. That's what I'm hearing in the question. I'm
Just trying to figure out, I mean, what's the impact of 2 days? I mean, for how many employees? That's my question. I mean, I understand the schedule change and I support it, students getting out before graduation and not coming back, but I thought the intention was that it would be work days for teachers without students. And so now I'm hearing that it's not only work days that the kids won't be here, but we're also giving 2 additional days off.
It could be that, or it could not be that. I think we're just presenting an option for how it could be modified. So I think the main question we've been getting from parents is, students have all this extra instructional time, can they get out the same time as seniors? So we could say yes, and then they not return to school on Tuesday and Wednesday. And I think, as Dr. Bergen said, then we can address, does the staff who work 2 days after kids leave, do they work those 2 days and go, or do they work all of the days they were scheduled to work that week? They just have 2 extra days without students to possibly do some more work, prep for next year, do professional development. I think we would figure that out with whatever the board would wish us to do.
And whatever staff that would want to be included, whether it's 10-month, 11 months, 12-month, like your custodians, your nutrition, there's a lot of...
It wouldn't be what we're talking about is not a change for all staff. We're just talking about the people who serve the students directly, so teachers, paraprofessionals. There would be some effect to bus drivers and would not have to report. Nutrition would clean up the kitchen and they would be done, right? So
Paraprofessionals.
The other comment that I think is very important to make, because, I agree that the last 2 days, half of our students aren't there, they're not going to come back. But I want to be very clear that we're not talking out of both sides of our mouth, because just a couple meetings ago, we were talking about learning loss and the concern of more classroom time, and really what are we doing to bring our students further ahead. So, I want to make it clear the concern is still there, that we have learning loss and we've got major makeup to do. But in knowing and having kids and the experience you guys know well, half the kids are not going to be here on those last 2 days. So I want to make sure people understand the only reason I would support it, and I'm not speaking for anybody else, is that the fact of we're not going to get a lot done those last 2 days anyway when it comes to learning loss. But I do want to make sure we keep that at a forefront, that learning loss is still a major concern. So I don't know where the rest of the board stands on the 2 days. I mean, we didn't have snow days. I mean, we've had a really good year. We've worked hard. I'm fine with that, but I just wanted to make sure that it was noted, not only are we giving kids 2 days off, but we're also giving our teachers anybody dealing with instruction 2 days off. I'm fine with that. I just wanted to make sure we acknowledge that.
Do you have a motion about suspending the rule again?
Madam Chair, again, due to time urgency and making sure our community, parents, teachers are able to make plans and know about a calendar change, I do move that we suspend the rules in reviewing information a month and then waiting a month to approve. I would like to move forward and approve the calendar change.
Okay, I have a motion by Mr. Hill. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Holbrook. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, the motion to suspend the rule passes. Now, do I have a motion regarding the calendar adjustment?
Madam Chair, I will make the motion that we accept the calendar adjustment as presented, with students' last day of school being on May 26th, and May 30th through 31st being considered work days.
I have a motion by Mr. Hill. Do I have a second? Second by Mr. Daniels. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. The calendar is adjusted. Item 4.03, policy updates. Dr. Bergen.
Yes, Madam Chair, your Intergovernmental Affairs Committee met on the 21st of March to review proposed revisions to 8 policies. Those 8 policies include ECAB vandalism. The suggested changes are removal of outdated cross-references. Policy EI insurance management, updates to consider are strictly to legal references. Policy GAB and IIBEA, both of which are acceptable computer system use. The suggested edits reflect changes in classroom technology and access to remote networks or cloud-based services. And there's a statement regarding compensation for loss of or damage to technology equipment that has been added to the policy as a potential revision. Policy GCBEB, military leave and benefits. The policy update recommendations reflect an amendment to state code increasing the maximum number of paid leave days for military leave from 15 days, as it's currently written, to 21 days. IAA, notification of learning objectives. Proposed changes include renaming the policy, quote, transparency in education, end quote, and adding the requirement for the school division to post on the division website a list of approved textbooks by grade level, as well as giving parents the opportunity to inspect on request any instructional material used as part of their students' curriculum. Policy INB, teaching about controversial issues. Extensive proposed policy revisions would expand on the importance of the impartial study and discussion of political and controversial issues, and elaboration of the non-discrimination statement that no race, ethnicity, religion, disability status, or sex is inherently superior or inferior, and prohibiting discussions with students about sexual orientation or gender identity. And policy JM, restraint and seclusion of students. This policy requires annual review by the school board. It is being presented with no changes to the policy. It's only being presented because it's required to be reviewed annually. The members of the Intergovernmental Affairs Committee administration are ready to answer any questions that you may have about these proposed changes.
Dr. Bergen and members of the committee as well, policy INB, I just have just a couple of questions. First, let me just say that I certainly know and appreciate, and I know that the community does, and our instructional staff, regarding the non-discrimination piece to the policy. It's very, very important, and to have that embedded in our policy is very valuable. I know that this policy, and you correct me if I'm wrong, is probably a response to the Senate Bill 656 that was enacted in 2022 by the Virginia General Assembly. The Department of Ed developed model policies concerning instructional materials with sexually explicit content. And while we're certainly addressing some aspects of it, I wonder and would like to know, were there discussions a little bit more in depth as it involved the section that talks about instructional materials with sexually explicit content? And I know in the past, pornography has been something certainly that was prohibited for students and to certainly access or be involved in, but I don't see that anywhere in the policy. So my question is, were there discussion regarding elaborating more on that aspect of it, helping to to make it very clear to our staff. And also, I was also just kind of wondering that this bill, after reading the origination of the bill, that under the Senate Bill 656 required that the local school boards should certainly enact this and adopt policies. But it states that it was due by January the 1st of 2023. So with that in mind, I'm just wondering why the delay, and are we in compliance here?
I can address the sexually explicit materials. That is covered in policy IIA under instructional program, and we actually have created a rule that gives very specific information about how to identify and how sexually explicit material is defined, and how that's to be submitted. So
that's IIA?
It's IIA is the policy, and then IIAR is the regulation that gives the very specific details. And I shared that in a Wednesday memo that we added it after IIA had been updated, but it does contain all of the information about the sexually explicit materials, and that we got that out before that January 1st deadline, so we're okay there.
And I guess the committee decided not to include it in with the IMB, is that, yeah, IMB. Was that the governmental's decision to do that?
It was already included in another policy, yeah.
Okay.
Then IIA.
So in terms of the deadline, is there any, or were you guys aware that there was a deadline?
Yeah, we presented it during a meeting, and we said we needed to put it in, the policy you were just talking about, that covered the requirement for the January 1st deadline, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, we talked about that in a board
So
meeting.
that followed this particular mandate?
Correct.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
IIA and IAR?
IIA and IIA-R. Mm-hmm.
I know that we've heard from a number of individuals in the community, more importantly from a teacher tonight, that certainly shared their concerns. And I can't help but to put my former principal hat on, and knowing that the number of times that students, even at the elementary level, will engage in conversations with staff members regarding your family. If they see a picture of your family on your desk, then that sparks a conversation and an interest in knowing who are these individuals and things like that. And it's just a natural thing that students do. And I'm wondering with this policy if we've really given a clear pathway for our teachers in terms of handling that. Are we asking them not to engage in any conversation, even the simplest, from a little kindergartner kid who may see the picture of their family on their desk and just is asking questions about them?
I think the policy is clear. It says does not prohibit teachers from including in their instruction as part of a course of study utilizing the textbooks and other instructional materials adopted in accordance with approved curriculum. That includes, and it goes on. So if it's part of the approved curriculum, they can talk about it.
And just a simple question from a student is to just be ignored.
I think teachers are trained to know what to answer and how to answer. And if it's something they're not comfortable with, they should certainly reach out to their supervisor or to a guidance counselor or someone within their building to help them determine how to answer a question.
Any more questions? Okay. Then we will move on down. to item 9.0, to additional action items. 9.01, special educational plan. Do I have a motion regarding the special educational plan?
Chair, I make a motion that we approve the special education plan as presented by Ms. Jennings.
I have a motion by Mr. Hill. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by who do I hear down here? Mr. Nelms? Okay. I have a first and a second. Any discussion? Okay, call for a vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Do I have a motion regarding the K-5 reading textbook approval?
Madam Chairman, I make a motion that we approve the K-5 reading textbook.
I have a motion by Ms. Harrison. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Daniels. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Do I have a motion regarding the supplemental appropriations and category transfers?
Chair, I make a motion that we approve the supplemental appropriations and category transfers as presented by Mr. Hagler.
I have a motion by Mr. Hill. Do I have a second? Second by, who was this one? Mr. Daniels? Okay, any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Do I have a motion regarding the approval of nutrition bids?
Madam Chairman, I make a motion that we approve the nutrition bids.
I have a motion by Ms. Harrison. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Hill. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Do I have a motion regarding the approval of policy updates presented at the March 9, 2023 board meeting?
Madam Chair, after, I want to make sure I call this out, I do make a motion that we approve the policy updates presented at the March 9th, 2023, with the notation that we had conversation at our last IGA meeting regarding JJAG. We did have a reference has been added to the regulation which defines all heat-related illnesses, including heat stroke. And so I am comfortable in bringing that forward and presenting. The policy didn't change, so the policy is the same. However, we have added reference in the regulation.
I have a motion by Mr. Hill. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Holbrook. Any discussion? Call for a vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Dr. Bergen, Superintendent's Report.
Yes, ma'am. So I'll direct you to our screens, or those that are watching at home. Our first celebration are these 8 individuals here on the screen. These are 8 seniors at Susie G. Gibson Science and Technology Center who are part of the automotive technology class, and all of them passed the Virginia State Inspection Exam, which makes them highly employable upon graduation. Special thanks to their instructors at Susie G. and to the Virginia State Police for their continued support of this program. Next up, students from across the school division recently participated in the Virginia Band and Orchestra Directors Association District Concert Band Assessment, an event that was held in Danville. Each ensemble was graded by a panel of experienced band directors and given a rating. Receiving a superior rating were Forest Middle School's 8th grade band, Jefferson Forest Symphonic Band, and Jefferson Forest Wind Symphony, and Liberty High School's combined band. In addition, Liberty Middle School 8th grade advanced band received an excellent rating. Congratulations to all of our student musicians and their musical directors for their hard work and dedication. Congratulations to Liberty High School's Student Council for being awarded a 2023 Achievement Award given by the Virginia Student Councils Association, VSCA, in recognition of their exceptional record for leadership, service, and civic activities towards improving their school and community. Liberty High School is one of only 15 schools across the entire Commonwealth to receive this award. In addition, the young lady pictured on the screen, Marissa Parrique, was elected as the Region 5 representative for next school year. We're very proud of all of our students who recently participated in the Central Virginia High School Regional Science Fair. Our students really showed off all of their research knowledge, dedication, and skills at this regional fair, with many students earning awards for their amazing work. Students earning a first place for their categories and moving forward to state competition include Peyton Heimbach, Claire Whaley, Hannah Key, and Erica Milhorn. Earlier tonight, we were set to recognize Jason Chen, who was unable to attend in person, but Jason was the grand award winner and will be moving on to the Intel International Science and Engineering Fair. Tonight we have more accolades for our state champion Stanton River wrestlers. Scorebook Live evaluated the top high school wrestlers across the entire nation in each weight class, and we're proud to share that Noah Neininger was named to the All-American team as the 132-pound weight class mock national champion. His teammates Colin Martin and Macon Ayers both achieved All-American status at the National High School Coaches Association competition, where Colin finished second in the country in the sophomore 113-pound division, and Macon finished seventh in the 160-pound sophomore division. And finally, Graydon Martin went 5-0 to win the 85-pound division, making him the NHSCA Middle School Division champion. Go Golden Eagles. Students from both Liberty and Jefferson Forest High Schools recently competed in a regional History Day competition. We had 4 students from Liberty, Abigail and Kaylee Tabor, Sarah Johnson, and Michaela Branham. The 4 each took first place in their respective categories, and Noah Layer had a second place finish. Jefferson Forest had 7 students finish in first place in their respective categories: Taylor Tuning, Ava Schaefer, Abigail Stranza-Stoll, Shane Bright, Andrew Camarda, Lorelei Moss, and Yeseniu Barajas Rodriguez. Second place finishers from JF included Audrey Johnson, Aaron Tinsley, Rowan Harrington, Charles Spence, Jesse Taylor, Sally Uran, Nora Clark, Aisha Elakad, Naomi Fintahun, Swan Lowe, Noah Fink, and Jonas Tyree. All of these students will now move on to the state competition in Richmond on April 30. Congratulations to our key clubs at both Liberty High and Jefferson Forest on their recent accomplishments. Liberty's key club had a first place finish at the Capital District Leadership Conference, so they will now go on to compete at the International Convention this summer. All 3 of their officers, President Miranda Harvey, Vice President Cameron Stone, and Webmaster Anna Carter, were recognized for their distinguished leadership. Jefferson Forest seniors Brooke Lee and Justin Kim were recognized for their past leadership positions as Key Club Lieutenant Governors, and junior Hannah Chi was installed as a Division Lieutenant Governor. Junior Kai Goffey was also recognized for going above and beyond as an outstanding Key Club member. In partnership with the Bedford Area Education Foundation, we're very pleased to continue to lift up 2 staff members each month through the Bedford's Best program, which is designed to recognize unsung heroes who go above and beyond in making a difference in people's lives every day. Congratulations to our recipients for the month of March. They were Montvale Elementary School's Jan Rakes and Stanton River Middle School's principal, Jessica Geyer. I had the pleasure of visiting their schools and presenting them with a gift of appreciation for all that they do. By way of reminder, this is my monthly plug. If you would like to nominate a staff member, please visit our website and click on the Bedford's Best link under District News. And speaking of the Bedford Area Education Foundation, we would like to again express our appreciation for all of their support for our Teacher of the Year program along with other local businesses, including the Fostech Corporation, J.M. Freebird, and Sam Moore Furniture. Their generous contributions allowed us to recognize all of our Teachers of the Year finalists for their dedication and exceptional work in the classroom. You might have seen in recent news coverage a story about staff members at Jefferson Forest High School for their life-saving efforts towards one of their colleagues who had gone into cardiac arrest at the school. Those staff members, Steve Everett, Brian Miller, Jenny Davis, and Kelly Thomas, were each recognized by the Bedford County Fire and Rescue for their life-saving efforts, and members of the Forest Volunteer Fire Department were also recognized for their support that day. This event was a sober reminder of the importance for all of us and in celebration that all of our staff are trained in basic first aid, administering CPR, and how to use an AED. And it made a difference in saving a life that day. Last month, Liberty High School hosted their second annual Hoopin' with Heroes. This is a fun and entertaining evening of basketball featuring the Liberty High School unified students and staff playing against local law enforcement. The stands were filled with friends, family, and community supporters, with all the money raised going to support the school's unified program and Bedford County's Special Olympics. Thank you to everyone who helped make this event a success. As mentioned earlier in several of our staff reports, the month of April is Workforce Readiness Month. As included in our strategic plan, the school division is committed to expanding our workforce readiness and career and technical education programs to better enable our students to be successful and competitive in the job market after high school. We had 21 students from Gibson who placed at the Skills USA regional competition and will now be participating in the state competitions on April 22nd in Virginia Beach. We'd also like to give special recognition to the Teachers for Tomorrow and Early Childhood Education students who recently attended the Educators Rising competition, where 3 of our students, Lauren Wise and Haley Smith from Jefferson Forest, and Olivia Rousey from Liberty High School, the 3 of them finished in the top 3 and will now be headed to a national competition in June. If you've been over to Forest Middle School recently, you may have noticed that the islands in the parking lot have a new look. When the HVAC was being replaced over this past year, several tons of river rock was removed from atop the original building, or what is known as the flat top building, that opened in 1994. Using PTA funds, the mulch that was in the parking lot islands was removed, barrier paper was laid down, and this reclaimed 30-year-old river rock was used to help protect and beautify the campus. We're using this as an example tonight to thank all of our PTAs for your support and efforts at keeping our school campuses looking so good. Each year since 1987, the month of March has been recognized as Women's History Month in order to celebrate the contributions women have made to the United States and recognize the specific achievements women have made over the course of American history. This year's theme was Celebrating Women Who Tell Our Stories. As pictured on this slide, students across the school division celebrated through a range of learning activities throughout the month that included school-wide announcements, bulletin boards, research presentations, and class discussions. Thank you to all of the women who've helped shape our world and make it a better place. The month of April is traditionally designated Month of the Military Child in order to pay tribute to military children and their parents. Virginia is home to several of the nation's largest military installations and has more children whose parents are on active duty or serve in the reserves or National Guard than any other state. In fact, there are more than 79,000 military-connected children enrolled in Virginia's public schools, 200 of those students right here in Bedford County. To honor these parents and children for their service and their sacrifices, we'd like to encourage everyone to purple up and wear purple on Wednesday, April 19. This week is National Assistant Principals Week. Our assistant principals are dedicated professionals who work tirelessly to bolster teachers, motivate students, and collaborate with parents in order to maintain a positive learning environment for everyone. Please join us in celebrating these school leaders for their hard work and commitment. And finally, here are the 3 things you need to know for this month. Spring break is next week, Monday, April 10 through Friday, April 14. School is closed for students, and our offices will be closed Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Second, we're preparing to showcase some of our best middle school and high school artwork at the Bauer Center for the Arts, and we want to make sure that you know you're invited to see it. The middle school art exhibition will be held the week of April 10 through 15, followed by the high school art expedition the week of April 18 to 29. Please check our website for specific viewing hours, including special receptions and awards presentations. And lastly, interim progress reports will go home the week following spring break on Thursday, April 20. So parents, please be on the lookout and check on your students' progress as we head into the final weeks of this school year. Madam Chair, that concludes my superintendent comments.
Very much, Dr. Bergen. Move on to item 11.01, committee reports. We'll start with you, Mr. Daniels.
All right. The SEAC met on March 30th, and we had a training done. It was a closed session, but we had a training done from the Department of Education in Richmond. It was really good. They did a great job presenting. We asked a lot of questions, and I thought it was very informative. The next day, on the 31st, we also had a training. This was for the public. Ms. Jennings, what do we have, like 20 people or something there from the public asking questions about the SEAC, about special needs, and it was there was food, and there was a great turnout, and it was something that we've been trying to pull off for a while, and it was a success, and hopefully we get to do more of them. That's the end of that report.
Thank you, Mr. Daniels. Mr. Nellens?
Let's see, the CTE committee, we met on March 23rd. Let's see, I think he hit on a lot of my points earlier about the Virginia Beach Skills USA competition. We got 21 students going. I do know the Virginia Career Works, they met with and visited all the schools as of March 23rd. Another highlighted note is our JROTC program. They are still undefeated in their marksmanship program, so that was a good takeaway from there. And then our HVAC program, in our first year, they took second place in the Skills USA program as well. So that's it.
Yeah, IGA, we met on March 21st. Next meeting will be April 25th. I had a STEM Academy board meeting on March 21st as well. Next meeting is Tuesday, May 23rd. During the March meeting, we did approve the calendar for the STEM Academy for 23-24 year, and we approved a preliminary budget for 23-24. And then Gov School, I did not attend due to a scheduling conflict. Yep, that's it.
Holbrook, any committee reports?
The facility committee hasn't had a meeting since before the last scheduled school board meeting. So.
Sarah, committee reports?
Yeah, absolutely. The Laurel School Board, we met yesterday, and our primary focus was really just discussing the draft budget for 23-24, and it does include between a 5 and 7% pay increase for staffing at the Laurel School, with a lot of emphasis was placed on the support staff, our paraprofessionals, ensuring that those individuals received a good raise there. And our next meeting will be May the 3rd, and at that time, hopefully, we'll be able to finalize the budget. But like all other school divisions, we're just still on hold when it comes to our budget right now. And as Mr. Holbrook said, our last facility meeting was back in March.
Any reports?
Nope.
Okay, so now you want to lead off with your comments?
Absolutely, I'll be happy to. Okay, well, I just want to wish everyone, teachers, students, staff, all of you, just a relaxing and fun-filled spring break. Enjoy yourself. You deserve it, that's for sure. And I'm so glad that we were able to vote on the calendar change there for you, and that's kind of going to make that spring break maybe even a little bit more sweeter for you, just knowing that adjustment, you've got those extra days there to begin your summer vacation. Next thing I would like to take the time during my board comments is to recognize Ryan Edwards. Ryan, on behalf of Dr. Mealy and I, and unfortunately Dr. Mealy was unable to be here tonight with us due to a family medical matter, but I know that she shares my same sentiments when I say to you that we so appreciate you. We thank you for your dedication, for your commitment to our school division, and your position as the coordinator of public relations. Ryan, because of your work, our division has by far the greatest social media page around. We have the greatest Teacher of the Year program, the greatest sports student recognition announcer by far, and we cannot forget those anticipated snow day announcements that you created. We all waited for those moments. We waited to hear that voice, and it meant so much to us. And boy, they were awesome too. Your work and your commitment to ensuring that our retirees, you never forgot anyone. Even the retirees were recognized. And not to mention support staff. the Support Staff Employee of the Year program. You know, I could go on and on and on and on. The list is just endless. And I would be remiss not to recognize the fact that you received in your career time a national recognition for your work in public relations. I don't know if anyone knows that, but I remember when you were honored on that national stage. So by far, Ryan, you're a class act. You're a jewel. And I will be forever grateful for how you helped me, fellow principals, for over 18 years. You helped us, without a doubt, to navigate some of those really, really rough public relations waters. You were there for us, and that gave us all such peace. And you did it with professionalism and with such ease, like it was nothing. Ryan, Dr. Mealy and I, we wish you the very, very best. And we want you to enjoy all of your happy Mondays. So you're going to have lots and lots of happy Mondays. And thank you, Ryan. Thank you. Thank you so very much for your service. That's all that I have.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Mr. Holbrook?
Well, I'd just like to say we had a couple people from the community come up and speak about school safety, and just want it to be known that it is a priority, and we had some meetings in the past with the sheriff's department and the safety team here, on implementing some things we could do. Some of them have been implemented. I don't know when the next meeting is going to be about that, but there is a plan of action, in the works. And as far as, something was said about money has been spent on the schools, unnecessary money, and I would agree in the past that maybe aesthetics have taken priority over safety. But, there's nothing we can do about that at this point other than implement some of the things that were mentioned tonight and others. But for moving forward, I definitely think that we need to be more critical on how the money is spent. You know, I think safety should take priority over aesthetics, especially, you know, considering the times we're in. So that's it.
Thank you, Mr. Holbrook. Mr. Nelms?
Just kind of want to echo Mr. Holbrook that, you know, school safety should be our #1 priority. And another thing I want to mention, I just kind of want to make a statement that we need to stop putting labels on our children. Labels go on clothing, labels go on food products, but they do not belong on our children. So I just want to make that clear.
Nelms, Mr. Daniels?
Looks like most of the crowd left. They must know that I'm pretty long-winded when it comes to closing comments. Mr. Hagler, we heard tonight about some options with playground equipment. I think I saw you taking some notes. I know we have our grant writer. I'm sure that's something that we definitely can look into. All right. Today was the Big Feet Meet for all our special needs kids here in Bedford County. It was held at Liberty High School. Big congratulations to all our student athletes that participated today, including my son. I heard he got a speeding ticket after I left. It was a great time. Thank you to every one of the people that came from Special Olympics, the teachers, the staff, and all the students that helped make it a success. It's not just the student athletes are there and they're competing, but they have a lot of volunteers that are students that are there also helping. And just the smiles on everybody's face. They had a beautiful day to do it. So I couldn't have been happier. This is the second year that I've been to it, and it turns out amazing. It's a lot of time of attention. I'm sure that it takes to pull it off, and again, they made it a success. We talked a lot tonight about the schedule, and on my Facebook page, we did a Facebook quiz right around January, right when when the Super Bowl was taking place. And we asked a question, it was a survey, and it said, would parents and teachers and students prefer a teacher workday that would be moved to the Monday after the Super Bowl that allows for the kids to have sleepovers and late nights for the parents, or move it to how we had it this year, which it is what it is, it just happened, but it was the next Monday after that. So it was 93% said they would like to have it after, the day after the Super Bowl. So just some food for thought. I want to talk a little bit about what's going on in the community with our Board of Supervisors and some of the decisions that they have to make. You know, our school board works really closely with them on the needs of the community, especially, of course, here with the schools. I want to thank all the members of this board and of the Board of Supervisors for looking at the issues and trying to address them head-on. I, again, don't envy the decisions that they have to make. I'm a small businessman, and I have to deal with cost increases all the time. You know, part of our job here up on this stage is to inform and educate the public. I think more information is always better so that we can make informed decisions instead of rash decisions. Everyone needs to understand that the problems that we're facing were not created over the last 12 months, and the problem will not be resolved in the next 12 months. It's a process. The CIP has our full attention, and we are making a concerted effort to address the issues that are here due to lack of funding and in some respects planning. While these issues started well before the term of this existing board, we plan on addressing it the best that we can. I was elected to improve the quality of education and facilities in Bedford County Public Schools, and sometimes when you make those decisions, you're not always the most popular one in the room. Hard choices are never easy, and our students, teachers, parents, and community members have come out in great force and spoke on the improvements they desire and their reasoning. I agree with them, and I feel everyone on this board has listened and acted accordingly. I want to preface what I'm saying by saying I don't believe in raising taxes, and any justification of services should not be a reason to increase taxes. But we live in a very inflationary time, and rising costs must be considered. If these projects were completed in 2010 or 2015, in $2015, our money would have gone a lot further, and we would not have had many of these repairs staring us in the eyes. However, those projects were not completed, and we cannot expect the cost of everything to rise and to continue to operate at the same level. The same dollar in 2015 is worth about 27% less today, so thank you to the federal government. Again, they have tough decisions to make. Overall, the tax assessments have gone up on the houses. So the choices that they have to make, again, this is all about education, is they can do nothing with the current tax rate, and then everyone would have a much higher tax bill in the county. They can reduce the rate, which is being advertised as an 18% reduction, which would be the new current rate, which is not a full reduction to the equalization of the rate. This would maintain the level of services and the CIP that's needed. On average, on the lower end, they're talking about is $12 to $14 a month for the average homeowner. If we do none of that, then the level of service would either have to be reduced, and the infrastructure projects, such as our auditoriums and other things, would have to be put off for several years. I'm not sure that anything gets cheaper over time, but history tells us that it does not. Again, these are tough decisions, and I do not envy them. The county does a great job overall of keeping taxes low and keeps Bedford County as the best and most affordable place to live in the region. Thankfully, this board and members of our central office were able to accomplish providing teacher and staff raises, handle fuel increases, and other financial hurdles without increasing our operating budget and putting money towards the CIT and reversion. That's a big win. We will play the hand that we're dealt, and we will continue to work hard to make the best decisions for the children of the county. For everyone who spoke tonight, while we may not be on the same side of certain issues, I have great respect and appreciate you for coming forward and speaking. That is what makes this process great. We have a ton of global challenges happening in relation to the value of the dollar and COVID learning loss in education. While we cannot control many of the global issues and the I told you so's can't change the past, we continue to make strides and improve our backyard, in particular these public schools. We will continue to support both the efforts of our teachers and sound policy that redirect our focus back on education. Sadly, our children are getting distracted from things that infiltrate our education system instead of education. We continue to focus on social issues versus education, and the results are failing benchmarks. The blame does not belong to the teachers. Much of the burden and the content is placed at the doorstep and into their environment. Even our administration has great regulatory compliance and administrative hurdles every day, taking them away from the main thing, making exceptional learners. While test scores do not directly equate to success, it does lend itself to comprehension of material and progression. We need to put away the shiny objects that compete for our attention and remove as many hurdles for our professionals so they can focus on producing the most well-rounded and well-educated students in the Commonwealth. This is the biggest opportunity that we have to create a successful and great future for our kids and their families. Focusing on anything else is not our job and indicates a lack of focus on our mission. We have the ability, we have the talent, we have the desire from our students. Bedford County is capable, willing, and able, but we need to get out of our own way when it comes to social agendas and the distractions of the classroom. There are thousands of reasons to live in Bedford and only a few reasons not to. We need to work on retaining the best talent and attracting similar talent to our school district. I've spoken and been in communication with teachers that feel the elimination of social pressures and distractions will lead to a better teacher work environment and better learning environment, like it was when most of us were in school. Lastly, seniors, remember to finish strong and make as many memories as you can. You don't know it now, but you will look back on these days as the good old days, so enjoy them. I'm a big Lynyrd Skynyrd fan, and the lyrics of Simple Man can remind us, take your time, don't live too fast, troubles will come and they will pass. Your future has a way of working itself out. Believe in yourself and surround yourself with people who see the best in you. Enjoy your spring break and happy Easter.
Mr. Daniels, Mr. Hill?
First of all, I wanted to, again, tell the staff, nice work on the presentations. It's really nice to get back to things that are important for instruction and our students. So really appreciate that, and it's always good to hear about grant money and how we're going to be using those. I want to give a congratulations and shout out to Forest Elementary PTA. They raised $22,444 in the Boosterthon over the last week. And for those that are in the Forest area tomorrow, if you want to see Miss Manley, she will be camping out in the showcase. That was part of the deal. So I encourage anyone to stop by and get a peek at Miss Manley. Also, congratulations, and some of these things are repeats, but I still have to call them out. Congratulations to Jefferson Forest High School and our heroes. They saved an employee's life a couple weeks back, and I wanted to share a story because I think it's important to know the community that we live in. But during this emergency, one of our teachers got a phone call and said, "Hey, just want you to know there is an emergency taking place in your facility. I don't know where or what's going on, but I just wanted you aware." That teacher went and gathered other teachers in that hallway, and they prayed for that man. They didn't know what was going on. They didn't know who it was. But we had teachers who were willing to go and pray for our employee who they didn't know who it was. They didn't know what the situation was. But they were upstairs in a hall praying and not knowing what was going on downstairs. But he survived. He's here to tell about it. And we've got several heroes in this building. And I just wanted to recognize them. They are heroes. You'll see one of them. He walks around with a mohawk. He's a really cool guy. But I want to call him out, even though it was part of the presentation tonight. So, thank you to teacher Heather Hevner and the Jefferson Forest High School staff on a successful prom this past weekend at the Virginian. And then followed by that, I want to thank the Jefferson Forest PTA and parents who provided an after prom here at JF. I know I've said this in the past, but it's really neat to see a high school transformed from a high school into an event center for these kids to come into after prom. And it's really a special time, and I thought the kids really had a good time. Thankfully, it was changed from 4 a.m. to 2:30 a.m. this year, so that was nice as a parent to be able to check out a little early. I also wanted to mention this summer, for those who love robotics and drones, one of our awesome teachers, Cindy Watson at Forest Middle School, is going to have a first annual FMS Robotics and Drone Academy. The theme is Mission to Mars. Let's navigate the topography. It's for rising 4th through 7th graders for 2023-24. It's going to be held Monday through Thursday, June 5th through the 8th. There's 2 sessions, either 9 a.m. to noon or 1 to 4. You choose one time slot. There is a tuition cost of $135, but it includes STEM experience, FMS Robotics, Drone Academy, shirt, a wristband, team pics, take-home drone, and more, and really some cool stuff. If you get to stop by FMS and go in that classroom, it's really awesome experience. Staff request, I'll mention a couple of these. I said it earlier. Purchases and vendor training. I just want to make sure we've got a plan on that. Any kind of, I mentioned the 3D printers earlier, touch boards, any kind of training that we can offer to our teachers to make sure we're using the technology that we've paid for. And then I mentioned the audit, signing off if it's being used, etc. Another that I would like to look at, another staff report is we've been talking about providing opportunities for our students. And I mentioned it to Trevor earlier, but I really want to take an opportunity to see what we can do around an aviation program for our Bedford County students. There's definitely interest in our area. There's opportunity. I've been polling students. What are other things that if we could provide it, what would you like to see? Aviation is one of those topics. And so I want to see if there's other universities that we can partner with to provide that, but definitely want to look at opportunities on that. One other thing I want to mention, we talk about state standards and how we're performing when it comes to SOQs. I don't want a state standard. I want a Bedford County standard. And Karen, Dr. Woodford, you and I have talked about this. I want to know what it would take for us to be above the state standard. What would it take? What are the things that we need to provide as a board to you as a staff to get us there? And I would encourage all of you, think outside of the box. Sometimes it's going to take us doing things that are not the normal protocol. What is it that gets us there? But unfortunately, and this is just my personal opinion, our standards have lowered and lowered and lowered, and they just continue. So I want to reverse that, and instead of saying we're going to meet state standards, I want there to be a Bedford County standard. So I would like staff to work on that and bring it and present it. I'm not giving you a timeline, but I do want to see it, and then bring it to the board for us to agree and approve that we're going after a Bedford standard, and what does it look like. And then to this board, I want to say congratulations. We heard a former board say tonight that the auditoriums, they've been talking about it since 2017, and this board's taking action and getting something done. So I want to say congratulations to all of you guys. So that's all for me.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. I'm going to keep mine short, sweet, and simple. First thing, most shameless monthly plug for bus drivers. Years drawing to an end, but now would be the time to sign up and get ready to go at the start of next year. We sure could appreciate your help. And I just want to say to everyone, happy Resurrection Day Sunday, and I hope everyone has a safe, happy spring break. Told you I was going to keep it short and sweet. So with that being said, do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
I have a motion by Mr. Hill.
Second.
Mr. Hill?
Yeah.
Second by Mr. Nelms. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? We are adjourned.